All right, welcome back to the 2024 Loopy Looper, coming live from Cooper River Park in Camden County, New Jersey. My name is Brian Paulson, joined by my new friends.
We are friends now.
We've upgraded the friends.
I'm
Jeremy Reynolds
Jeff Winchester.
of the Ultra Running guys.
We became friends the minute we met.
That's what I'm talking about.
Yep. Good to see everyone back. Thank you for joining back in with us if you are there. About 2:45 local time here. We'll take you through some of the race updates, some of the things we have going on here in a second. As you can see behind us in the shot, we have a new background. So now you are looking at the inactive side of the track where the runners start-finish line is. Giving you guys something new to look at here, trying to give ourselves a little bit of a breeze because, ladies and gentlemen, it is not cooling down anytime soon. The board in front of us tells us it is 92.6 degrees Fahrenheit, so we will
It's cooking.
Yeah.
And that's not taking into account the humidity or the heat coming off the pavement for the runner. So I'm sure the feels like is definitely higher than that.
Yeah.
But just sitting here in the shade, it's warm enough.
I don't think the runners really are concerned about our heat problem.
No, if I was a runner, I would not be concerned about my heat problem. Yeah. So I agree. I absolutely agree with you. But, you know, for the runners, especially for the 12-hour runners, well, and the 20, really all the runners, you know, you're probably looking at heat-wise, you know, maybe another 3 or 4 hours, and then, you know, you get to the night and things start to cool down. 12-hour runners will wrap up at 7 p.m. For your 100-mile and your 24-hour runners going through the night, I'm sure the break from the sun or the sun starting to go down will be much, much appreciated. I'm also sure for some of them that are looking at a podium spot that's where they're going to try to do some damage. So, you know, it's an interesting time. We're early in the race still for a lot of these races. The 12-hour, we're past the halfway point, but, you know, for the 24 and the 100-miler, although we're pretty far into the race, for a lot of runners, they're maybe looking at their watch thinking, you know, I got maybe 2 or 3 hours of this heat, and then hopefully things start to cool down a little bit. So just in terms of weather, that is where we are at. I will share kind of a quick little interaction I had during the break. I was walking with Michelle Goldberg. You know, she's a previous podium finisher of this race. We talked a lot about her in the 100-mile race for the females, and she shared with me she thought this was one of the kind of like more oppressive heat years when we were talking about the heat. So I think that's kind of worth noting. She looked really good. She was still kind of cruising, but she just mentioned, like, it is hot out here. And again, you can just, I actually don't even know if you need to tell them.
I would let
or you can let
station
someone
know.
over there know. Sorry, I had a question coming in on the live there.
On the live.
On the live.
Live on the
Yeah,
live.
getting more questions on the live. So.
Yeah, and
It's
for
hot.
that,
Go ahead.
for everybody that's maybe just joining us for the first time, we've been broadcasting throughout the day. This is we had to switch over. This is a new broadcast. But so we're covering a 12-hour, 24-hour, 100-miler, as well as some of the relays. And one of the things, you know, we had a good chat going before. Right now, all I'm seeing says, nah, hit the Applebee's. It's amazing. So it looks like we're already getting some Applebee's chats, Joe Fricker comments. But throw some stuff in the comments. We'd love to engage with you a little bit as we go through this stuff. It's a lot of fun for us. I just wanted to get that out there.
Yeah, so we'll dive right in here. 12-hour race, kind of get some updates with where we're at. I know we've been back and forth here a little. 12-hour race at this point has been kind of a battle of two guys at the front. It's been Chris Shaw and Vin Kennedy kind of back and forth. I think when we had left to go to break, I think Vin Kennedy was still in the lead. Right now, Chris Shaw is in the lead. Actually, where we sit right now, Chris Shaw is through 14 laps, so he's through 52.5 miles. Vin Kennedy is still currently on that 14th lap, so we're waiting on a split for him. But right now, Chris Shaw is the only runner that is through 14 laps. He has eclipsed the 50-mile mark, 52.5 miles. So that's where we're at in terms of kind of the top of the 12-hour race. Third and fourth place, we have Sean Russo has actually moved into third place ahead of Andrew Linder. So him and Andrew Linder are about a minute apart for third and fourth place. A nice kind of note here to follow up, and again, a storyline we've been talking a little bit about. Top female, Lauren McGetcreek from Georgetown, Texas. First overall female, is now fifth overall in the race. She was kind of sitting in that 6th spot, 7th spot. She is now 5th overall. So Lauren came for a podium spot overall. She's kind of, you know, kind of in that mix. So we'll see how her race develops.
And so far, there's only 2 runners that have come through lap 11. Now, outside of the top 5 that we mentioned, or top 4, I'm sorry. So she's, she's, we'll see. There's only 1 runner to catch to Andrew, which is probably a little bit of ways ahead. But bottom line is she's got a pretty strong position, and she's gonna make it hard for people to catch her.
Yeah, especially in in the women's race right now. So next female spot is Julie Vidola, 45 years old from New York. Kind of been sitting in that spot most of the day. She's 10th overall, followed pretty closely by Tara Wilson in 12th overall, 3rd female. So, yeah, that's kind of what our race looks like right now in the 12-hour. Again, trying to stay on top of it as best we can. With kind of the top of that race has been back and forth between a couple of guys. And we'll see kind of how things shake out. There's a couple names here we haven't really mentioned because they've kind of been in that, 6, 7, 8 spot. Just some names to shout out here before we move away from this race. Brady Roberts, 32 years old from Philadelphia. Steven, his last name is spelled Pizza. I don't know if it's pronounced Pizza, but either way, that's awesome. 24 years old from Philadelphia. Currently sits in 7th place overall. Benjamin Hoffman, 32 years old from Philadelphia, currently sits in 8th place. John Servey, we've mentioned him a couple times. 27 years old from Philadelphia, currently sits in 9th place. So there's kind of a group of runners right there in that 6 through 9 spot, 6 through 10 right in there. We haven't mentioned a ton, but they're right there in the mix if things start to really fall apart at the top, and if they have kind of been saving their legs. You never know what can happen on the back end of a 12-hour race like that. So.
And real quick, you've been talking about the 12, but in the comments, I was looking for the link for the 100-mile results. I just saw, I think Endless Endurance dropped in the link. If you go to that link, you can find all the races. We will say that we've got some up on the screen here, but talking during the break, just because of the way it's currently formatted, the 100-mile is different. If you're looking for those 100-mile standings and you want to go through, just grab that link, switch over to the 100-mile, and you should get all the information you need there.
So we'll go to the 100-mile next, and we got a little bit of movement here going on. Not as much at the top. We have Greg Gamble at the top, Landon LeGrand in 2nd, Sean Rahill in 3rd. 100-mile race, that's kind of been that's where things have really been sitting for the most part. Steve Zeichel's in 4th. Joe Fricker, who has gotten all the shout-outs in the chat, for those of you that have been with us, he's in 5th. Big name here climbing up the leaderboard. Michael Gagliardi Gags is in 6th. So
getting steady.
This is where we talk about experience. We talk about someone who it was the only male winner in the 12-hour since this race began. Transitioned this year to the 100-mile, and he has just been climbing up the leaderboard all day. He now sits in 6th place. So, those guys up front need to probably be aware that he's coming.
Just from perspective, he's cutting 10 minutes off each loop from the 5th place runner.
Yeah.
That's a big difference.
Yep.
He's definitely moving well.
So he's moving well, and this is a race that I know he trains for. I know it's a race he really likes. I know it's a race that meant a lot to him when he was able to defend that 12-hour title for a number of years. So he's I'm sure looking to do something like that in the 100 as well.
We've talked about him specifically because there's a lot of times you can go look at somebody's Strava, right, and try to get an idea of what type of runner there are. The thing about Gags is you'll go look at his 8-10-mile run, and at least before I haven't looked at his recent results, but he'll run like a 9:30 pace. Yeah. And then he'll run 100 at a 9:30 pace. And so that is just what he does, where most people, myself included, my 5-mile, 10-mile pace is going to be drastically different from when I'm doing an ultra. Gags runs Gags, and that shows up on a day like today. And like you said, as he starts chipping away, if these other guys start slowing, Gags probably isn't going to slow too much.
Yeah, it's actually, I think, a great learning lesson. I mean, one, you have to understand kind of how your body works. And it looks like we got Vin Kennedy coming in here. We'll get a split on him. He's in 2nd place right now, 2nd. Yeah. We'll get a split on him here as he comes in and crosses that line. Yeah. But I think it's a great lesson for people getting into the sport in terms of how to train for this thing, how to run for it, how to set yourself up to do well in races. We talked a little bit about it earlier. That sort of ultra pace is very different than your go out and run for an hour pace oftentimes, but Gags is someone that really has just his ultra pace, the pace that he runs in these races is the same pace that he goes and runs on the Ben Franklin Bridge every day, right? It's exactly the same. At least it looks like that most of the time, and I think that's a really valuable lesson for people looking to maybe improve if they don't feel like they're doing as well, or they feel like they're looking for an edge, is learn how to run at an all-day pace, a true all-day pace, right? where your heart rate's sustainable. And yeah, there's a lot to learn from that.
Well, and that can also be a theme between some big mile runners. I think Michelle Goldberg's very similar. Andy Glaze, who's not here, but a lot of the same, right? He'll go out and run, but then when you translate that exact pace to 100 or some big event, he tends to do pretty well. He's not going to be on the podium, but he'll beat most of the runners in the field. Same thing, I think Paul Johnson's very similar. So a lot of these people that they just really like getting out and grinding through the miles. It can be easy to underestimate if you just look at a glimpse of what they're doing, because for them, it's really about the endurance. It's not about speed or trying to win that 5K.
Yeah, absolutely. So let's do a quick transition in the 100-mile to the female. Tina Custodi still in first place of this, the 100-mile race for the female. She is 44 years old from Blackwood, New Jersey, sits in 7th overall. Lisa Perry in second place, 46 from Abington, PA. Second female, she is in 10th overall, followed by Karina DePice, 26 years old from Atlanta, sits in 3rd overall, rounding out our women's podium with, let's see if we have any others kind of real quick. We have Danielle Neathery in 4th place female, and then we have Michelle is 5th place female right now, 26 overall. But again, her and I had talked, and she mentioned it was hot today, and we'll see how she kind of rebounds as night sets in, hopefully, in a couple hours. So.
Another Fricker comment in the chat.
I got to get in this guy's run crew.
I know. tell me where I sign up for the fan club, right?
Seriously. 24-hour race. Again, not too much change in here. The names at the top are pretty much the same as they've been. We got Thomas Joyce in first. Chris Flores, he was a shout-out earlier, 37 years old from Cranford. He's in second. Alex Franco, 38 years old from Jim Thorpe, PA, is in third. On the female side, Erica Bash is in first. She's in 8th place overall in the 24-hour, so she's kind of chipping her way and working her way up through that a little bit. We have Randy Zuckerberg, female, in second, 42 years old from New York. And then 3rd place female is the same here, Lewis Young, 3rd female, 47 from Monmouth Junction. So those are kind of our top 3 that we are looking at right now. And yeah, that on the men's side, that Brett Milks is a name that's been around, Timmy Zoo, Matt Roeder. We've mentioned all their names at some point throughout that race as well. On the female side, our next couple, we have Wendy Mastropolito, Rosella Miller, another name in there. So yeah, again, the names at the top haven't changed a ton, but that's kind of where things stand right now in some of those longer races. As our coverage starts to get closer and closer to that 7 o'clock hour, I know we're still a little ways away from it, but we're in the back half of the 12-hour, right? So things are shaping up a little bit. Let's talk a little bit about if you guys could put yourself in the runner's shoes of the 12-hour race right now. What are the thoughts right now? What are the feelings? What are these runners trying to overcome, just based on maybe your own experiences at the ultra distance?
Yeah, I mean, I think one of the first things I would be doing, unfortunately, I say unfortunately intentionally here, is because with where they've been just through the afternoon and what they've kind of been going through, they've already got an idea of what their current loop time has taken them. And so it's anywhere between 45 minutes to an hour, hour and 15 for some of them. And so they got 4 hours left in the race, and they're thinking, well, how many more loops at the most can I do?
Yeah.
And I'll be honest, if they're starting to feel really bad,
Yeah.
they're trying to figure out, if I can delay just a little bit longer, I know they won't let me go out when there's 30 minutes left.
Yeah.
And so they're really looking at an hour and a half. I mean, they're looking at 3.5 hours rather of what they're able to do to start an actual loop. So they're playing a little bit of what we call the trail math.
Yeah.
Yeah, we had Rachel Bambrick on in the last episode, last segment. And that's one thing she said is this is when it's about to get fun. It's about to get interesting, right? And so we're about 2/3, or about 8 hours into the 12-hour race. And so it's enough that you're going to have the wear on the body. As I say this, here comes John smiling, having a good time, looking like he's moving really well. But for the majority of people, it's going to be you're 2/3 through the race. So there's enough to have the wear, and my guess is this is really where for a lot of people it's going to be mental, because you still have 1/3 to go.
Yeah.
Stuff's barking at you. It's still hot. It's not going to be cooling off for a little bit here. But it's enough race still that you can't say almost there.
Yeah.
Right? So now becomes the okay, how long can I grind? How long can I suffer? Should I back off and you're going to start probably negotiating with yourself. At least that's where I get into. And then that becomes sometimes really deflating if you've been hitting consistent paces throughout the day and you have to concede and back off a little bit. That can really mess with the mental game as well. So hopefully people are just will hang on some of the things we talked about before, because it's really about the rebound. I don't know if they're going to get too much cooling off.
Yeah.
But sometimes all it takes is that little bit of recovery, a little bit of a break, and then you can go finish strong.
Well, it's different than a distance event, if you will. Being a timed event, the clock's going to keep moving, right?
Yep.
If you're saying you've got to run 50 miles in this 12-hour time frame, then you're racing a clock and trying to pick your pace up potentially. In this, you are, like you said, Jeremy, you're negotiating whether or not you want to continue to put forth a certain effort or not. And that's where you begin to see a little bit of the separation between the different runners.
Yeah, and I think we're going to see, it's interesting, like we'll see a big group when this all wraps up, like kind of around that 50-mile mark, right? Like people that were like, I really want to get 50 miles in 12 hours. So there are kind of like, there's definitely, points along the way where runners are like, once I accomplish that goal, if I'm running for a goal, maybe I call it there. But yeah, you start playing that runner math. It'll be, one of the things, I ran another kind of timed one, and it was actually an endless endurance race. They only did it for a year or two, but it was a 6-hour looped course. It was 6 hours trail looped, and the loop was a little bit longer. It was like almost 6 miles. And the guy that won that race was the only guy that kind of played the math right and was able to get out on that last loop, and he finished like right before the 6-hour cutoff, where there was a group of us that were a loop behind him. We only got, I forget what the number was, but we were like one behind him, and all of us, our finishing times were like 5 hours and 15 minutes. Like we just kind of had missed too much where we couldn't get out. And the one guy that was able to kind of like get out a minute or two ahead of us was able to win that race. And yeah, we were all kind of taught. I mean, it was a July race. It was hot, but we, the conversation in the group that was right behind him was like, yeah, are we going to be able to get in time to get out for another? So there's going to be some of that math going on here for sure.
Yeah, and I'm sure we'll talk about it more as it comes closer. But for those of you that haven't been, so it's a 3.7-mile loop, and there is a cutoff 30 minutes prior to the end of the race. And so exactly what you're talking about, right? It's just like, hey, that's going to be a decision point for some. And it's also going to be a temptation to slow roll that lap before. Because to the point, it's like, man, if I just show up 30 seconds late, I don't have to not go out. They're going to tell me I can't go back out. And when you're suffering, that sounds like a really good deal.
Yeah, it's not my fault.
That's right. And I've done that in backyard races, right? It's like, oh, if I don't have to quit, but if I don't make it, then it's the decision's made for me. Now, we all know at the end of the day, depending on the type of runner you are, you're probably going to look back and say, okay, be honest with myself, right? I still conceded. I still kind of gave up a little bit there. But I think that's really where you're going to see some people get really aggressive to try to meet that, and then you're going to see some people accept that, hey, man, this is my last one. I'm not worried about that cutoff.
The irony of all that is that if you're watching or watching this even later on and stuff, and you kind of hear what we're saying, you're going to probably argue with us because you're like, I wouldn't do that.
Yeah.
There's no way I would do that. But you're not actually in the situation. And when your body is telling you and screaming at you to stop, you're going to have all those conversations in your head. Now, whether or not you listen to it, sure, that's up for debate. But you're going to have the conversation.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. There's this is one of our lead runners here walking in with the bucket hat on. I think that's Landon LeGrand. Can you see his bib?
Me? It's closer to you.
No, anyway, can anyone see it?
Good.
Let's see, because I want to kind of mention his name.
Good job, Landon. He didn't turn.
He's young. I think that's him, and he had a gold bib on.
Something 53.
So that's a 100-mile runner we're looking at. 163?
Something that looked like 53. Could be 63.
Yeah, so if that is Landon, I think it might be. That's Landon. He's in second place right now in the 100-mile race. Younger guy, he's 23 years old, walking into an aid station right now with his crew. Looks like he's trying to get refueled. So, yeah, again, we'll kind of see where he falls. He's a runner that has two, at least on Ultra Sign Up, so, again, maybe he's done some other stuff, but has two really, really impressive 50-mile races. One like around 6 hours and 30 minutes. Really impressive 50-miler. I don't know if he's run a 100-mile race before. Again, just based on the results I could find, I don't think he has. So if this is his first 100, he is probably approaching, if he hasn't already, the farthest that he's ever run. Which again, I think is always something that's worth thinking about.
Yeah, he's
Yeah.
got a 50 miler on ultra sign up at 6:37.
Yeah, super fast.
So which could be exciting, but it also could be concerning. So I know you all can't see what we're looking at, but I'm watching him. We've got the ultra running guy's pose, and so I'm going to point to it on my shirt. You probably can't see it on the feed, but it's essentially bent over, so elbows on the knees, and that's exactly what he's doing. His crew's trying to cool him off, but you can tell
Yeah.
in the moment right now he's hurting a little bit. So we'll see how it goes from here.
He's got a little bit of trail math going.
And this is, well, again, we talked a little bit about this, and I don't mean this in any type of discouraging way at all. I mean this in the nicest way possible. Being a younger runner in the sport, there's always lessons to be learned from these things. I hope he proves me wrong, and I hope he comes back and rebounds and absolutely rips this thing. It looks like he's getting ready to gear up and get back out there because he's in a really good spot to do really well. He's running really hard. But sometimes this is tough when you're going for a distance you've never gone before, and you're running to win. He wasn't out here. He wasn't out here to just finish this thing. He was going for it. So
yeah, I definitely wouldn't count him out. He's walking out there clearly. He's moving forward. But we've talked about it so many times, and it really doesn't matter where on the spectrum. You'll have the most experienced ultra runners just tell you, ultra will humble you.
yeah.
It doesn't matter, and sometimes you can go in so prepared, but it's that decision making, it's sticking to a plan, it's those types of things, and if you don't play it right, you will be humbled pretty quick. And so he may just be feeling a little bit of that with the heat. Hopefully he'll rebound and do what he needs to do, because again, it's problem solving, so
Yep.
he just needs to solve that problem.
Absolutely. So, and not to harp too much on Landon, he just happened to.
Oh yeah, I mean he's impressive. It's just one of those.
Well.
We've been waiting for the heat to take its toll a little bit,
Mhm.
and at least on this lap. But, I mean, they're giving him a quick rub down. My guess is he'll go back out and he'll keep doing his thing.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, let's talk about. So here's something we haven't talked too much about today. I mentioned it earlier, and I'm always really interested in this because I work part-time at our local running store, South Jersey Running Company, or Running Company at Haddonfield. Shoe selection, right? Shoe selection for a race like this, it being a road ultra ultimately. Seen a lot of different types of shoes come through. We've seen people in carbon-plated shoes. We've seen people kind of just running in trainers. Some max cushion, some low cushion. Like, is there any kind, like, I guess just you guys personally, like, what would be kind of like your shoe choice or your shoe thought here? Are we talking multiple pairs of shoes? Yeah, let's just start there. What do you guys think?
We are on opposite ends of the spectrum on shoes.
Cool, I like that. That's great then. That's
I
good
think
for
we
the
meet in
people.
the middle, though, in terms of the way we think about things,
Sure.
but maybe land in different spots.
Literally
Yeah.
on our feet too.
Yeah, and so I'm one of those people, and I'm sure, if we got ultra runners in the comments, this is where they start coming up, right? I learned a lot from the book Born to Run. If you've never read it, there are going to be some people that say that book, ruined a lot of people, but for me, it opened my eyes for a lot of things, including one of the things is that I think we were all made to run, and so we've talked about form and different things. So I'm a big proponent of natural running form. Now, that said, and so for me, I'm an ultra guy. There's a lot of harping on ultra. If you are not prepared for ultra or zero drop type shoes, they can be very tough on your body. And so if, like most of us, we grew up in shoes and that were soft and, allows us to, I guess, have a gait that wouldn't be as natural. So if you try to just jump right into that, just like anything else, that change can be tough on you. So I personally am ultra. It's just always fit me very well. I tend to wear, if I'm running on roads or anything like this, I'm wearing an Escalante. It's pretty minimal. And then if I'm on trails, I'm wearing Superiors. Those are pretty much my two shoes for the most part. I don't really change shoes because I've just been very lucky, and my feet have never really had too many problems. If I do, it's usually heels that cause a little bit of a different rub. But like my wife and daughter are getting ready to run their first marathon in February, right? And so going in, it's not something I would say, hey, ultras are the things that you need to jump in, because I think that's a place that most people could move if you do different like form drills and different things. But for the average person, a minimal zero drop shoe, I wouldn't say do exactly what I'm doing. It just happened to be something that really worked for me. And so I guess my thing is do what works for you. I think getting fit, I think going in, some people are going to respond really well to cushion. The thing that I would probably say overall is I do think there's a benefit in understanding form drills and working on some of those foundational things, and we can get into that. But that doesn't mean that on day one, that's where you should jump. So that's my thoughts on it.
Yeah, I mean, I will come off of where you're at in that I agree. I think the form drills are helpful. I think the reason people get so confused and all over the board on shoes is because they're trying to get shoes that will compensate for a form problem or a problem with how they, really just a form problem. And so they believe they need more stability. They need something like this. And some people do. And so shoes are preference. And so you should find a shoe that you like. I would recommend everybody go get fitted at a good shoe store, at a local shoe store. You don't necessarily go to a chain. If I don't know which kind of shoe store you work at, but I would recommend going to a local. Go to a local run store. They tend to care for you a little bit better, and they're a little bit more intentional with you. Even some of the chains, like we have a Fleet Feet in our area that's a chain, but it's locally owned and operated. And so for us, we have a really good relationship with those folks, and they care about the runners that come into it. So go to a place that will fit you to help you get the type of shoe that you need. But don't be afraid to try a new shoe right through the whole process. So I wear Hoka Cliftons for running on pavement and road and everything, just about everything. If it's a trail, I'll run in Cliftons as well if it's pretty flat. And then if it's more of a slick rock type trail or something like that, I'll probably wear Speed Ghost. So I'm a Hoka fan. I have gone the ultra route. My biggest mistake is I went from Brooks Glycerin as a road runner before I got into trail running and to ultra running rather. And Brooks Glycerin has a heel drop, I think, of like 10, 13 or something. It's like really high. And I dropped all the way down to the ultra, which has a 0 millimeter heel drop. And within about 6 months, I started developing some foot problems or some plantar fasciitis problems. And that's kind of the knock on ultras a lot. Doesn't make that true, doesn't make that real. My biggest issue is I think I went from a 10 to a 0, and that's too significant. What I have found is that the Hoka Cliftons sit at around a 5, and that tends to be my sweet spot. And there are other heel drops of like 2s and 3s from some other brands that I would encourage people to try out as well. You don't have to go down to 0. You don't need to go up to a 10. But finding something that works for your foot is probably the best thing for you. But I tend to do best in about a 5 millimeter. I don't have any more problems with plantar fasciitis. I've got a better shoe that my body does better in, and I've got some drills and things that I do to kind of prevent plantar fasciitis that I've been doing for a while now.
Yeah, the tricky thing about shoes, I don't think there's a one-size-fits-all, right? Otherwise, it'd be too easy. One of the things I do foundationally believe is that, to the point you made, Jeff, is a lot of times we use shoes to try to mask or solve a problem. And so what I would say is shoes is not the answer to the pain that you're feeling if you're feeling it when you're running. Fundamentally, I don't believe that running is bad for us. I think running incorrectly is bad for us, and most of us are going to do that because it's easy to assume that we can all move our bodies, that we all know how to run, but it's the same thing. We can all shoot a basketball, but that doesn't mean that we're not going to get good at it with practice and skill. And running is a skill, and a lot of times it takes the development of muscles that we don't use every day. And so there's a lot that can go into it, and so what I would say is shoes are a starting point, but they are not they will not solve your problems. If your knees hurt when you run, finding shoes that you think make your knees not hurt are probably just masking the problem, and over time may make it worse. And so focus on the fundamentals, focus on the drills, get the help, maybe some physical
like PT.
Yeah, PT, something like that. But shoes can be an answer to at least getting you moving in the right direction, but do the important stuff as well.
What about you?
Awesome. Yeah. I mean, you guys said it all.
You work at a shoe store.
I do.
So did we do okay?
Yeah, you did great. Yeah. Unbelievable. So, just shoe preference. I actually go back. So for running on the roads, I go back and forth between two shoes. I wear a stability shoe too, which is a little bit more of like a niche category, but I wear the Hoka Arahi, and then I wear the Brooks Glycerin GTS. I actually go back and forth.
Bless you.
Yeah, just like depending on like feel. I like the Arahi a lot. I actually, for longer runs, I usually wear the Glycerin GTS just because I've had some issues with the Arahi, a little bit of rubbing when I go over like 15 miles on the roads. I wore it actually it was the first time I ever had to change shoes in a race. I wore it for a 12-hour on the track, and I switched my shoe like 3 hours in. I changed to the Glycerin and like had no issues. So I go back and forth with them. Actually on the trails, and I've been running way more on the roads now. I have younger daughter, and it's a little bit easier for me to just run out the road run out my front door. But the last couple of races I've done on the trails, I've actually worn the Lone Peak. So I go all over the place. Yeah. And I loved the Lone Peak when I first started running in it. So I'll wear that, and then I have a pair of Speed Goats I wear too. So yeah, I'm a little all over the place, but for the road, most of the time I wear a stability shoe. So most stability shoes will work, but yeah, the Hoka and the Brooks are the two that I wear.
Well, here comes our 100-mile leader, just moving fast. So Greg,
Holy
right?
moly! Yeah,
bib 154.
looking good.
Just gave us the thumbs up. Just cruising.
He just looks like he started.
He is running
It
really
looks like
good.
he just started.
Oh my God! It actually
Yeah,
did look
so
like
I don't know
like
if
a
we can
switch flip.
cut to. He's about to run through the start line.
Yeah, if they could grab it.
Oh, he's
may
gonna take a
may miss
quick
him.
break,
I think
yeah.
we missed him.
That's all right. Oh my
That's
God!
all right.
yeah.
Moving fast though. Super impressive with this heat, because hopefully, if he hasn't overdone it, it should be. I'm not gonna say downhill in terms of being easy.
Yeah.
But the sun's gonna get a little bit lower. That breeze may pick up. Yeah, that's impressive.
That was his first lap over 40 minutes. So every other lap, that's pretty impressive.
And he looked smooth.
And he was 41 minutes there.
That's
so.
the slowest lap, but he still looked like he was flying.
Yeah.
Well, and I will say,
And the
speaking
rest
from
of them,
experience,
yeah.
right? Just because he looked great coming in here doesn't mean, on the back half
That
of the
is
course
true.
that he wasn't dealing with some demons and walking it out. The other thing is the energy of the aid station area a lot of times can be that pickup, and so we can tell by looking at the time. It's not like he completely broke down or anything. So to say that was a slower lap, but to see him looking that strong.
Oh, he's running super. Yeah,
He's at
running
least
great.
2 to 3 miles ahead of Landon.
Well, yeah. So Landon had left
About 10 minutes ago.
Yeah. So he's got a pretty good lead right now.
Probably 3 miles ahead of him.
Yeah. And then on the 12-hour side, we kind of have a split here for our leaders. So, we have Chris Shaw in first, name we've talked a little bit about. Through 52.5 miles is the last split. He's farther than that now. But through the last split that we have, he was 13 minutes up on Vin Kennedy. So he's kind of building a little bit. It was like 5 or 6 minutes, I think, when we had come on, or maybe when we had left last time. But he's got about a 13-minute lead on Vin Kennedy. On the women's side, Lauren, I mentioned this, Lauren McGettcreek is in 5th place overall. She is through 12 laps. She is about a little more than 20 minutes behind the 4th place overall runner, who's Andrew Linder. But she's I don't want to say on cruise control in the female race, because there's, that things are never really said and done. And Julie, who's second female, has been running really well, but we do not have a split on Julie yet.
She looks to be at least a full lap behind, though.
And one of the things I want to point out, so even if the two guys in the front continue to maintain that dominance, there's a 90-second split between.
I'm sorry?
You got to ask Pete. So he's the race director over there under that 2L tent. He'll take care of you. Thanks, man.
And for everybody tuning in, we were sitting essentially right at the finish line chute, kind of. And so we probably look like an information center. And so we'll get the questions throughout the day. But yeah, there's about a 90-second split, something like that, between places 3 and 4. And so Sean Russo and Andrew Linder have been kind of leapfrogging throughout the day. But, I mean, they are right there. So even though the Lauren McGintrick is, 20, you said about 25 minutes out, something like that. Maybe almost 30 minutes out. Those two guys right now, it's definitely a fight for third with lots of time left.
Yeah.
Lots of time for that to change, but it's impressive how close they're staying.
And there's some other names that have kind of climbed up here a little bit, like John Cervi. He's in 7th overall now. He was kind of sitting in that 9, 10. Chris Dodds is a name that I brought up earlier. He looked really good running by. He was in 11th at one point, 34 from Deptford. He's in 8th now, so he's kind of climbed up a little bit. So there is a little bit of jockeying going on in those spots. And again, one of those runners could kind of make their way all the way up into the top 5. But there's some runners in that place, in those couple places, that look really good. John being one of them. John looks great every time John comes through. Seems like he has a smile on his face. He's getting they're shooting him with the water hoses. He's laughing. He stops and gets something to drink over there at the aid station, and then he's back out. He's running really well, and again, just looks really composed. And Chris is another one that I noticed that earlier. I haven't noticed him come in specifically in the last maybe hour or two, but he came through earlier and kind of just gave us a wave and was just cruising, and he's in 8th place right now, so he looks pretty good as well.
And it's been a trend on the show. So the Ultra Running Guys podcast, if you're just plugging in, that Jeff and I co-host, we've had a lot of great guests, anywhere from beginning, to experienced runners. But one of the big trends that we've seen is the people that tend to be pretty mentally tough also tend to smile a lot. And so you can kind of have these two extremes. Some are just lock it in, push through, don't complain, and can be very serious. But a lot of these runners that, Andy Glaze, smile or you're doing it wrong. There's just people out there that they will smile the whole time, and you think, how do they do it? But I think that really fuels a certain type of runner and keeps them moving. They enjoy making other people smile, and that's what we're seeing some of these people out here that look like they're staying pretty consistent, is that kind of the joy that's coming out of them.
Mm-hmm. Anything good over there, split-wise? Or
I'm trying to figure out if anybody's
there.
getting really close to actually who we could say if the 100-miler is going to set the course record or not. I mean, I know we're still really early in
Yeah.
there, but his pace is, like, on point to do all of that.
Yeah, so the men's record in the 100-mile is it's like 18 and a half hours. I think it's 18:33. And again, the 100-mile record, it ends up being a little bit longer. It's like 101.25 miles because of the way the loops work. So it's a little bit longer than 100 miles. So it's 18 and a half hours. And I mentioned this earlier in the show, but for people that have joined us recently, last year was the first year there was a separate 100-mile race from the 24-hour race. So now there's a specific 100-mile distance, which is cool because then you end up with people on the front end who finish 100 miles before 24 hours and they can be done, or on the back end who need a little bit more time than 24 hours. They're allowed up to 30 hours is the cutoff. So you'll have people all probably right up until that cutoff tomorrow afternoon. So we'll have to keep an eye on course record watch here. But Greg is running really well. Again, he came by our tent looking really, really strong, running pretty consistently all day. Waves every time he comes by.
But of course, it's early.
Yeah.
I mean, he's 52 miles in. He still has another 40
Is that what he's
to go.
at, 52?
Yeah, he's done 14 loops.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean,
So we are
basically
impressed.
halfway.
Yeah, he's only halfway. We're like, is he running away with the race? I mean, does he look like he is? Yes. Is he? You got 40-something miles. You're only at the halfway point. It's a long way to go.
Long way to go.
And somebody like Gags that's just going to be clawing along, right? That we know is going to stay fairly consistent. So
Or Joe.
What's that?
Or our man Joe.
Joe Fricker.
Yeah, it's Joe Fricker, right? So anybody that can stay consistent, keep moving. Cardio Joe. Is that
Cardio Joe.
Yeah, there's a bunch of guys right in there. Landon, Sean, Steve. Oh, we might lose our tent here.
Yeah.
We're getting smoked by wind. Yeah, 1 second. We're going to see if we can get some sandbags for our tent here.
I got this. I got this leg.
Yeah. Awesome. Thank you.
What's the worst I could have?
We almost lost our tent. We lost one of our hosts here on the show. So yeah, a couple quick shout outs here to some of our other brand partners. Got some notes here I want to make sure we share. We shouted out a couple earlier, Tailwind Nutrition and Pickle Juice, just when we were talking about fueling strategies. Camden County, so just want to shout out the county in general. I know this is something that I've talked with the race directors about. In terms of running races, sometimes putting on races or getting permits can be one of the most difficult parts about it. Camden County has been absolutely unbelievable, to my understanding, in a good way, with putting this race on, helping us put this race on. So Camden County, the county itself, offers over 2,000 acres of scenic parkland, providing backdrops for this race. This is part of their dedication to preserving natural spaces. They allow things like Loopy Looper to be possible. A couple of years ago was the 100th anniversary of Cooper River Park, and the county made it a goal to do 100 events in the year.
Wow.
Yeah, so they do all kinds of stuff here. There's free concert series in Camden County, which is really cool. Then there's paid concerts in Camden County, too, that are a lot bigger. They do them right here at this same venue. There's a stage behind us just off camera. So, yeah, there's a lot that goes on in Camden County, and the county's really open to having events, which is awesome. So they allow this event to happen every year, really, which is really cool. So thank you to them. A couple other ones that we have here. We have Trifecta Therapeutics. We were talking a little bit about PT here earlier when we were having our shoe conversation. So Trifecta Therapeutics is here. They specialize in sports therapy and rehab. They offer services to enhance performance and aid recovery. They are here today to help runners in any way they can. They have a tent set up over there by our aid station, manned by, it looks like, 2 of their employees, just here to help in any way that they can, which is pretty cool. So they're another partner here. We have Women in Ultra Running listed as one of our kind of our partners and sponsors. Hopefully you were with us for our last session with Rachel. She was a great guest to have on. We talked about Women in Ultra Running. We talked about her own running as well. So Women in Ultra Running is, a brand community that supports and empowers female ultra runners. They promote inclusivity and help inspire women to push their limits in the sport. Rachel was here with us. Rachel's here today. There are a lot of female runners, in Women in Ultra Running gear, wearing Women in Ultra Running hats. It's really cool to see. So she was another partner that we had here today. Couple more here to note, and then we'll get back into some of the race coverage. Athletic Brewing. So Athletic Brewing is a partner of this as well. Pioneering non-alcoholic craft beverages. They don't compromise on taste. Brews that are perfect for athletes looking to celebrate their achievements without alcohol. Athletic Brewing is one of the partners and sponsors for this race. And then 2 that we've already mentioned. 2L Race Services. So they are the race services group that does the timing. They give us the opportunity to track all of the times. They give us all the numbers, all the behind-the-scenes stuff that allows us to provide some type of insightful commentary about the race as it is going on. Thank you to 2L Services. And then finally, and certainly not least, the guys on the 1s and 2s in the truck that are helping make all of this possible. GlassJar Media Productions, GlassJar. They specialize in creating engaging, high-quality media content, everything from doing races to, your professional conferences as well. So they do it all. So we appreciate them on the 1s and 2s.
They're making us sound good.
They're making us sound good. So those are, again, all our partners, along with Tailwind and Pickle Juice, who we talked a little bit about earlier. These things don't happen without the community. There is a great community behind this race. It doesn't happen without the runners, too. We've been trying to spotlight them as much as we can, but it's also important to note, I think, some of the stores and the people behind the scenes. Oh, actually, the one I missed is the one I work at sometimes. South Jersey Running Company is the other one on here. So South Jersey Running Company is our local it's our local running store. We do. I say we. I don't work there very often. I work there, a couple times a month. But top of the line running gear. We do individualized fittings. Come on in, chop it up. Everyone that works there is a runner, athlete in some way, shape, or form. When you come in there and you have questions about running, you're talking to people that have the same kind of passion and energy for the sport that you have, and are there to help you. So South Jersey Running Company is a great partner to have for this race as well. We appreciate their support. I appreciate their support. If I'm ever working and you need some shoes, just hit me up on Instagram or text me or whatever, and I'll be sure that I'm there to help you find the shoe that fits the best.
Did you say you're giving a discount?
Depends on how cool you are.
Well, I mean, there's let's see what they say online. If somebody responds, like, I want a discount.
Yeah. We'll talk off there.
There you go.
Right on. I will say,
I don't know if I work there enough to be just throwing out discounts like that.
Well, they're throwing out Applebee's. It works.
Yeah, that's true.
I appreciate all the sponsors, but as I'm sitting here, I'm gonna have to go see if there's any Athletic Brewing Company out here. I personally stopped drinking a long time ago, but as somebody who really still enjoys beer when it's hot, Athletic Brewing Company, like I've got some in my fridge. So I really appreciate what they do. And because I still want the taste, but I don't want the effect. It doesn't make me the best human. And one of the things we talked about before, right? There's a great mix in ultra running, and you're gonna have people that cross the finish line want to crack a beer, and then you've got a lot of people that have made life choices to really remove some of those things, probably because of struggles that caused. Myself being one of them, and so I appreciate that. And I'm gonna search. I don't know if we have any here, but it sounds fantastic at the moment.
Yeah, dude, you bring up a great point, man. Like, this is probably like a longer conversation maybe for another podcast or so, but we can talk a little bit about it. I do think having Athletic Brewing as a sponsor, I think, is super important, especially in the ultra space. You talked a little bit about this with, ultra running is a sport that sometimes attracts people that have maybe more of a extreme or addictive personality in some way, shape, or form. So to be able to have a sponsor that is a non-alcoholic option that like still allows you the opportunity to like celebrate with people that may like want to have a beer after, I think is like a great sponsor to have. I think what Athletic Brewing does in the space is also really important because there are so many people that are trying to, just live a healthier life in some way, shape, or form. So they're a great sponsor to have. It's a great brand. I think they do a great job with marketing it as well. So that's cool. I'm glad you brought that up because I think that's super important too.
Yeah, and as you were talking, Sean Russo, I saw it just came through. So it looks like, I'm trying to refresh here, looks like he's maintaining his third place with Andrew probably, I'm guessing, on his heels because last lap they were 90 seconds apart. So Andrew going to be looking for bib 382 when he comes through.
Cool. So we saw, all right, let's see. Did he go all the way through? Let's see if I got a split.
Sean, I don't think it's quite tracked here.
Yet.
Although, still showing 2 laps apart, so. Oh, yeah, has not gone through. But just came through. He still looks really strong. He's looked strong all day. Yeah. Sorry, didn't mean to interrupt the Athletic Brewing Company.
No. We gave him the shout out. We were shouting out all the sponsors while we were getting the tent secured. Thought we were going to lose the tent there. So the wind's picking up. We haven't talked too much about the rain recently. There's definitely some pretty serious rain in the forecast. Skies look pretty clear still.
They look good.
But you never know with the humidity, like what's going to happen when it's all going to roll in. So we'll see how it goes.
100%.
Yeah, I'm looking at it right now. So obviously the wind has picked up, showing about the same through about 6, 7 o'clock tonight. Now I will say,
look,
come
we're
on,
live.
come on,
live. We're all live together.
Everyone's live. Yeah, here, just slide
so
it.
live, Paul Johnson.
That mic's the one that'll work.
Hey, Mr. Wainwright, would you like to join us also?
Paul says
You're
how
supposed to be filming.
we've talked about you. You want to sit for a minute, or are you getting back out?
I'll just kneel right here.
Oh, good. Take your time. I mean, we're hot over
So,
here.
so tell us what the experience has been like so far, and don't get us canceled in the process.
Yeah, right. It started great. I think it's triple digits with the heat and humidity
It's
right
hot.
now. I think I've walked the last 3 laps, which is awesome. I feel great now. And I took a 15-minute nap in the grass. So life's good. I'm just trying to survive till sunset.
Yeah.
And then hopefully I can start running again.
Yeah.
Well,
we
so
took a lot of-
you're a guy with a lot of experience, done the Transcon. We've talked about that on here. So you've got a lot of experience of time on your feet throughout the day, going through these highs and lows. So with that experience behind you, the way that you feel right now are you concerned about the rest of the race, or is it just a matter of, like you said, getting that little bit of recovery so that you can kind of get back into the gear you want?
Yeah, it's just the time on feet's okay. I just gotta get to 24 hours.
Yeah.
And once, I'm a cold weather runner, so as soon as this heat goes down, I can start running again. I'm gonna feel a lot better. So I'm looking forward to it.
Yeah.
Well, first, I also want to say, man, we met you for the first time today. This has been a family. We've talked about that as well. But it's been just such a pleasure, one, meeting you, two, watching you do your thing. And we mentioned earlier, you're a guy that, when we had you on the podcast, talked a lot about strength. Look at these guns, man. You weren't playing. you weren't playing around, but
I'm up 21 pounds since the Transcon.
Oh,
I got
nice.
a little beefy, I think. It's not all muscle, I'll tell you that.
We've told everybody
all
it
good.
is.
yeah,
told
we told
everybody it was.
everybody he's been spending that time.
He said
in the
he's
gym,
jacked.
so
That's the story we're gonna go with.
We're gone.
we appreciate
That's
you coming
awesome,
to say
man.
See you
hi,
guys in the
brother.
next one.
I'm
Yeah,
Brian.
good
Nice
job,
to meet
man.
you,
Good
man.
job,
I've never
man.
met. Yeah, nice to
See
meet
you
you.
guys soon.
See ya.
See you, man.
Well, that was a good treat. Like I said, we've had Paul on the podcast. Just a fantastic story. Navy vet, has been through some pretty interesting stuff, and he talks about, and I think even some of the things we were just talking about, right? There's a lot of runners out in this community that deal with addiction type stuff, deal with mental health, which is part of his background, and a lot of things that he's passionate about. And so that Transcon was a money raising effort for that. But
Yeah, they raised $600,000 for Red, White, Blue. It's
Yeah.
great.
So just cool for him to come over and pop in the middle of the race. We've talked about, some people kind of know their bodies and they're going to run their race. And right now, it seems like he's accepted that it's time to be slow, and he's looking forward. He's not lying to himself about where he's at. And so we'll see later what it looks like. My guess is he's a guy that's gotten pretty good at bouncing back.
Yeah, and what he said is so smart too, and you can tell he says it with a smile and says it kind of in a joking manner, but underneath the surface, like, he knows exactly what he's doing. He was like, yeah, I walked 3 laps. It was great. Got to take a little nap, kind of just waiting for the nighttime. And he says it in a joking way, but, like, there's a part of him that knows, like, okay, as soon as it cools off a little bit, like, I'm going to flip a switch. And I'm sure he will. And he's kind of waiting for it. And that is a dangerous person to have chasing you in a race like this. Yeah.
It really is. And the other thing, like you said, I mean, he's kind of having that joking manner. He is not letting that get to him.
Yeah.
And or if he is, he's managing it, because obviously none of us is immune to the negative thoughts, but some of the people out here are just much better at the skill set of what happens when those negative thoughts come around.
Yeah. And he's at...
He hasn't gone through. He's just now getting the time.
Yeah, he was 16th overall. We'll see. That'll probably change in a second, and that's in the 24-hour race.
So that's going to drop a lot.
Yeah, so moved up here a little in the 24-hour race is the first female. So first female in that race is Erica Bash. She's in 6th overall now. So she's climbing up the leaderboard there a little bit. 33 years old, from Sewell, New Jersey. Running really well. She's the current course record holder for the women in the 24-hour with 105 miles. So I know she has a goal to be around, if not above, 105 miles. So I know the type of race that she's running, and she's running really well. So that's good to see. So she climbed up a little. I think she was in like 7th or 8th overall. She's in 6th right now overall, climbing up. And again, 24 hours, a long time to go. But you know.
Well, even
You're
like Chris Flores earlier, who was skyrocketing all the way up to the top, has now dropped down to number 3. And I think they're all kind of recalibrating right now, and we're going to kind of see where they play out over the afternoon.
Yeah, especially in that 24-hour, 100-mile, depending on like where you are time-wise. But you have to. I think this was the time where it was like, all right, like I'm almost through kind of the heat of the day. In the grand scheme of things, almost through the heat of the day. Like, yeah, time to maybe downshift a little or.
It has gone up
cruise.
since we started.
I know, it's
since
93 in here. 93 in our booth.
Yeah, and we talked about this previously, but we'll talk about it again. So the 100-mile leader, it's Greg, correct?
Yeah.
The faster he goes, the closer he reels in his finish line.
Yeah.
Right? Everybody that's 12 or 24 hours, that is not the case.
Correct.
And so you've got to really manage that, and that's what Paul is doing. He just said 24 hours, 24 hours, right? I'm going to be out for 24 hours, and now I have to manage that. But whether it's a temptation or whether it's a benefit, you know, somebody like Greg or those runners, it's like, okay, I want to manage it, but I also, the better I perform right now, the sooner I can be done with this thing, because there is a finite finish line that they're moving towards.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, let's see what we got in the 12, if we have any updates or changes. You can check.
Over there with him? Yeah.
Yeah, sorry, you're all right. All right, so in the 12-hour, again, Chris Shaw and Vin Kennedy kind of back and forth at the top.
And speaking of Vin, here comes Vin right now.
He is.
Is that him behind you?
Unless you just
You just passed him.
Oh, maybe.
So that was Vin coming through.
I don't know.
Oh, wait, these two. Did he just make up 20 minutes?
He would have had to make up 13 minutes.
Sorry, we're all stunned right
Oh,
now.
let's see. Hold on, we'll get the split here in a
So
second.
and he expected to be first. So the thing is,
he did not stop.
I love that.
So Vin came through. Looks like currently the leader. They've been leapfrogging, but again, one of the things we talked about and what we don't always get to see right here is there are going to be strategic aid stops. There's going to be probably shoe changes or clothes changes or whatever they have to take care of, right? So he, like you said, I think he was 13 minutes behind, but he came in saying, hey, I'm first, right? So he probably knows something that we don't, which is that there was probably...
Well, that was Chris Shaw right after him, wasn't it?
Oh,
Dude, yours just updated, yeah.
And it's showing...
Oh, man.
They must be back to back, because it's showing...
that was Chris who just went right behind him.
They are...
10 seconds apart.
Yeah, 10 seconds apart.
So
11 seconds apart.
First and second place right now, 10 seconds apart.
So all right, so Vin Kennedy went through the split there in first place. He's 11 seconds ahead of Chris Shaw. From on our end, from their last splits, he just made up 13 minutes in one loop.
Yeah, so it's either he picked up his pace or Chris took one of those, breaks or slowed something they both looked okay when they came through.
Yeah.
So my guess is that
Holy
because
moly.
13 minutes over 4 miles is pretty aggressive,
Yeah,
or
what are
3.7
they-
miles. My guess is Chris took a break, did something that he needed to do, and it gave Vin a chance to catch back up. And we keep I don't know. Do you know Vin?
Not super well, no.
Because it says Vincent. We're calling him Vin. Hopefully he's
Yeah,
good with
Vin,
that.
Yeah. Goes by Vin. I
I'm
know
going by
that.
Vinny.
Yeah.
There goes Gags.
Hey, if he wins, he'll let us call him anything that we want to.
That's right.
He basically put it out on, I think on social media, and I know Pete and I, the race director, talked about this. He basically put it out there like he was trying to break the course record. Like he wanted, he was here to try to win and break a course record, try to get like that 80-mile mark, around that 80-mile mark. So
Well, he's got
he's
a
at
pretty
56
miles. Yeah, so both of those guys, though, so pretty aggressive day so far. I don't know where they need to be for the course record, but they still have, 3+ hours to go.
Yeah, like 3 hours and 20 minutes. Yeah.
Yeah, so that's gonna be that'd be a pretty tough marathon, which is if you're gonna get 80 miles, right? They essentially need a marathon to go. Yeah, it'll be interesting.
Yeah, what's the next one up from Gags is 75? It would be 78 and 3/4. It would be like, so I think that would be kind of the next, if I
Yeah,
have
which is a big jump.
yeah, that's the next lap. I think that's what he's trying to do, is trying to do the one extra lap.
And just over 3 hours 20 minutes. So honestly, I think right now, unless he's just got so much fuel in the tank, because to run another, essentially well, let's see.
Yeah, basically 21 miles to 30 to 50. Our math is horrible. Right?
Yeah, everybody's like, stop, move on.
No. To 77, it would be 21 miles.
Yes, actually, it's only 20. So that may be pretty doable if he can
Yeah.
keep up the pace. And to be honest, having somebody 10 seconds behind him is either these guys are going to blow each other up, right, or it's going to be exactly what they need to get the best out of themselves.
What a race. What do you got?
Yeah, to get to 78.75, is that right?
I think that's what it is.
Yeah, because 75 is a course record. So to beat the course record, you have to
Yeah.
do it more distance, obviously. So to do that, you have to average 9 minutes and 8 seconds
Overall.
overall.
Okay.
And he's at 9:11.
And he's at
Oh,
9:11,
man.
so he'd actually have to make up time.
Yeah.
Now, that doesn't mean, I assume it's still a course record if you finish the distance faster than Gags did.
Yeah, I'm not sure how I'm not sure how Endless Endurance does that. I think they would technically be co-record holders. I'm not sure if they go to the time during the year
Of
to
the
like
year.
determine the winner. You know what I mean? Like if two guys
Yep.
both get 75 miles, whoever does it faster is obviously the winner. But I think for like the course record, they just keep it at like 75 miles.
Okay.
Yeah. At least because the website doesn't show like multiple people that have done that distance. So.
Either way, it's got the potential to be pretty darn exciting if these guys can hold on.
Yep. The RD. I don't like
Great
to.
job out
I don't
there
like to
today.
hear that though. Yeah. It's awesome.
Congratulations.
Yeah.
Congratulations.
What are you at now? Nope.
I know. Sorry. Yeah, we're doing our thing again where we're like on thing. Yeah, you're good. You're good. Awesome. I know. This is again. I like being right in the mix here though.
Yeah. Yeah,
Keeps
yeah.
it interesting for everyone else.
We get to see different runners. We get different questions.
Maybe we move the time intent over here so they can kind of help.
And we mentioned earlier we had a runner out here on the wheelchair,
Yeah.
and it looks like her day's down, but it sounds like it was a personal best for her.
Yep.
And so congrats. And that's the great thing about these types of races, right? Is whatever your day looks like, you can come out here, get the best out of yourself. And today was the best that she's done. And so her comment, which I think is a great comment, is, yeah, I'm not going to get the goal that I came out here for. It's more than I've ever done. And so why risk hurting myself? Now, knowing me, I may look back later and say, okay, was that an easy way out? And I'm not saying all that was for her. Hopefully she doesn't have that, that mental turmoil, because there is a lot of time left in the day. But either way, what a fantastic day for her.
Awesome. Yeah, and that was again an athlete we tried to highlight earlier in the day too. So, kind of cool to see that come full circle and have that opportunity too. A lot of people still with smiles on here though, right? We're sitting right in front of where they're shooting water at everyone. Some people kind of coming in and saying, this might be it.
They're
This might be
smiling
the
because
last one.
he's like, I'm done,
I
bro.
know. But again, like that's what this race offers the people the opportunity to do. It gives you an opportunity to test your limits, to see, kind of how far you can push yourself, and if you need to call it, you can do it in a fairly controlled environment for the most part. And you see a lot of people come into this race as like their first ultra or something that they've never done before, and run a distance that they've never gone before, and I think that's really cool, and that's always inspiring to see when you hear these stories. A lot of times you hear them kind of after the race, like in the week or two after. You see someone on social media, or you have an opportunity to talk to someone, and they might not finish. They might not finish in like that top 10 or 20 or whatever the case is, but they ran the best 50-mile race they've ever run, or it's the first time they ran farther than a 50K, or whatever the case is. Like, that's cool to have the opportunity to do that and be a part of that. So a lot of those stories today, a lot of them.
Well, and so I'm going to do a quick shout out. I apologize. And I hope he's still on. I think Jeff put it in the chat. But Zachary Dawson, so Brooklyn Dawson, who's just such a good friend of ours, and we've had her on the podcast, and she's been out to a race, and her husband Zachary said, "Hey, what's up?" And so just wanted to give them a shout out. Thanks so much for plugging in. It's always good to see familiar faces and just part of the Ultra Running Guys family.
Do you guys have so you guys run races too, like RD races as well?
Yeah, so we actually put
let's
on
talk about them.
two races, and we've talked about this on the podcast. There's really two types of episodes we do. We do kind of the one-on-one discussions to just learn people's stories. We think stories are so valuable for so many reasons. But then what we started doing a while back is the race spotlights. And so we talked to race directors, and so that's how we got to talking to Pete and Jen about this race. And so if you know about this race but you want to hear directly from them, you can go find it on the Ultra Running Guys, just about the Loopy Looper. And we do that for all different types of races, talk about aid stations, talk about different things. So anyways, good resource out there directly from the race directors themselves. But yeah, so we started a few years back. I think we're coming up on our fourth.
It'll be the fourth final countdown.
The fourth final countdown. There's two races that we put on. And a lot of the things about this race are flow into the reasons that we started racing. And so as the Ultra Running Guys, like I said, we exist to help people take their next step in ultra running. Part of that is getting people exposed to ultra running. Mm-hmm. And so I'll let Jeff take over in a second because I don't want to completely steal all the thunder. But both our races are designed, it's the final countdown and the Hydra. Both of them are designed, one, to have people come out, have a good time, build community. But two, the question was, how do we get people that don't run ultras around ultra running, so that hopefully they can have that aha moment of, hey, maybe I can do this too. I just witnessed something very cool. And so the two quick formats. The final countdown is a 1.3 mile loop.
1.33.
1.33 mile loop.
Trail.
On a trail, but it's I'm going to call it an easy trail, even though a lot of people fall.
Yeah.
It's a 1.33 mile loop. The first lap, you have 20 minutes on the clock, which is a 15-minute pace. So if you finish in 15 minutes, you have 5 minutes to rest, that type of thing. But then every loop, we take 20 seconds off the clock. And so every loop, there is a countdown. And so first loop is 15-minute pace required. Then it's a 14:45, then a 14:30. And so everybody's eventually going to get caught by the clock. But whether you are a brand new runner, and we've had somebody, I love telling this story, we had somebody who said, I don't know, my friends told me I could run 1.3 miles, so I'm out here. I've never run. We were like, oh. And that guy ran 6 miles. You think if he would have left his house, he would have gone out and ran 6 miles. So he proved to himself that day that he could do something. And in that same, then he took a seat and watched somebody get up to 40 miles running like 7:15 pace. And we've seen more impressive, times since then by actually the same runner. But yeah, so you're going to challenge ultra runners. You're also going to get fresh people out there. And then Jeff, if you want to talk about the Hydra, which is our other race we put on.
I mean, the only thing I'd add to the final countdown is that we do describe it as a progression run on steroids.
Yeah.
It's this idea, and most people get out there and they will target. We've got, if you go to our race website, we've got a chart that kind of gives you an idea of what your target paces and target needs would be, if you will, for the given distances. And so people will target a half marathon or a full marathon, like you were saying, and we'll see people start dropping out of the race once they hit those points. But you look at it, and I pulled it up just to make sure I got the numbers right. But I think it's for like 26 miles for the marathon itself. You only have to average a 10-minute, 17 seconds per mile pace. Sounds easy, But because the way that race is structured, it's also almost 6 hours into the day.
Yep.
And so there's this slow progression into it, but it's a progression run where you get faster and faster each loop. And so a lot of people are like, well, I can run 10:16. I'm like, well, can you run 10:16 after being on your feet for 5 hours and 40 minutes?
And stopping and starting.
Right. And so it's a different ball game, if you will. But we love that race. Like you said, it's one of the first races. It is the first race we did and put together. So the other race we had, you going to say something?
I was just going to say, tell them about the PR bell. I forgot about the PR bell. It's one of our favorite parts.
Oh, yeah. So what we do is we don't want to just celebrate the winners of the race. Now, our winners do get a little replica guitar and everything for them, but we actually have a PR bell so that anybody who sets a personal best for the day, for the race itself, actually we want it to be for a distance, not just for our race.
Okay.
So the first time they've hit a half marathon, our first time they hit a marathon, our first 50K, whatever number that is, or the first
6
time
miles.
they've done 19 miles, whatever that number is, the longest they've ever gone, we have a PR bell that we ask them to go over there and ring. We take pictures with them. We try to celebrate that because we think that's a huge accomplishment, right?
Yeah.
And so we wanted them to celebrate going further, longer than they've ever gone before type idea. And so that's another thing we do, forgot about that.
Yeah,
And if you're listening and you're interested, this is our plug, right? September 14th, the final countdown. You can search the final countdown race. It's actually on Run Sign Up. We talked about Ultra Sign Up earlier. It's on Run Sign Up. We would love to have you. It is limited because of the 1.3 mile loop. We can only get so many people on the course at once. But yeah, we'd love to have
Eastern
you.
North Carolina.
Eastern North Carolina.
So not Jersey,
Yeah, that's all right.
just so you know.
You got to keep the options open, man. And then what's your other one?
The other race is called the Hydra, and we build this as a race like no other. And it's a 50K. Well, we have a 50K. We have a relay as part of it, 50K relay, and we have a half marathon option as well. But ultimately, the idea was to create a race that was just to just completely scramble your mind. A lot of times you're going to go out on a race. We've had racers here today want to know what place they're in, right? Well, in our race, the Hydra, you have no idea if you're in first or second or last, the way it's designed. And so the way it works is that there are 5 loops that range anywhere between 5.5 to 7 miles of all trail, and you don't know how far the distance is of the loop that you're about to run is.
Okay.
You don't have a course map. You don't have anything like that. You show up for the race day. You will randomly draw a color, and that color represents a colored loop. And that loop, like I said, is going to be 5.5 to 7 miles. And then at the end of that loop, you draw another random wristband to do a different loop because all the loops have a different color, and so like I said, you randomly get one each time. Now you will not run the same loop twice, so everybody will run all the 5 loops together, but the order in which you run them is different. The distances are going to vary again, like depending on which one you start with, and so you don't know if you got done first, you may run a shorter loop.
Yeah.
And so that's one of the key features of that race as well. And also while on the race, they go out and pick, we call them a gem. It's a rock that we have in buckets that they pick up and bring back as well that match that color.
Yeah, and
pretty
so
cool.
it's the 5 heads of the Hydra slaying the Hydra. But one of the interesting things, and this is where it keeps people on their toes, is the 5 loops do overlap. So parts of one loop may share the course with parts of another loop, but just somewhere else. And so there's colored signs out on there. And so you come to an intersection, and green may go left, and red goes straight, and yellow goes right. So you better be paying attention to your wristband, because if you're just chatting with your buddy and you go down that way and you don't come back with that colored rock, then you're in trouble. So, but we built in the relay because same thing. We want some people that say, yeah, I can run a 10K on trails. We want them seeing the 50Kers out there and the half marathoners. And so again, really fun race that we've enjoyed doing. But the whole point was, how do we build an environment, get people out there and witnessing? And we have seen, it's just some friends of ours and part of the community that have gone on and done their first 50Ks and done some cool things. So that's been fun.
That's cool. When's that race?
That is in April generally.
Nice.
Yeah, it's last time. We don't have it on the schedule yet. We're still looking at that and logistically and any details that go with that. So, yeah, we just had it.
That's cool. Those are cool races. Two
Yep.
different style of races, which is pretty cool.
Yep.
I like the final countdown race.
Yeah,
Well, come on down.
I may have to. I like that one. September 14th is sneaking up, but that sounds like my
You
kind
got plenty of
wheelhouse.
time.
Yeah.
Run 856, right?
That's our area. That's
Bring up everybody down here. It's the group. Bring them all.
I would love to come. We'll have to talk off camera about
Right.
it.
With the shoe discount?
What's that?
With my shoe discount?
He should be the sponsor.
I would love to. That'd be cool. That's sweet. That's cool. I appreciate you guys
Yep.
sharing that. And again, I think it's cool sometimes to have especially if our audience is local to this area, it's cool to know what's going on in areas that, in the grand scheme of things, aren't really that far away. There's a lot of cool races that happen all over the country, and sometimes it's cool to be able to throw one on the calendar for, maybe it's a year away, but you're able to say like, this is a race I know I want to do. It's in a different part of the country. Make a long weekend out of it. Take the family down, or go spend some time and check out the trails or check out the town or whatever. Like,
it's no different than us coming up here.
Exactly.
Like, I mean, we're volunteering to do this. Like, this is something that we just want to be a part of.
Mm-hmm.
Well, and I will say that's been, we've actually gotten a lot of feedback from the race spotlights because people listen. They're like, man, like I actually, Brooklyn, who I mentioned, she shared on her story this morning. She's like, do I just spend all my paycheck now on races? Like, how do I give my money? Because every time I hear about a race, she wants to do it. And that is a fun thing. And to your point, we've talked to, it's like, I feel like every time we have one of those, we're like, gosh, I want to do that.
Yeah.
Right. There's just so many great races out there. And man, here comes Ray again.
Looks good, man.
154, just cruising.
Looks good.
Giving us, man, he's
Shaka. He looks good.
If he's fighting the demons, he's not showing on the outside.
Yeah.
That's for
Killing
sure.
him if he is.
We're gonna grab his split in a second.
And yeah, if you're watching the screen, watch him come running through here.
Oh yeah, he's ripping. I think his crew is right there, so he might stop, but that's him coming right across.
Yeah,
the
just
they go right back up there.
Moving easy.
His crews, they actually go up to that orange tent over there.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
Huh. That's an interesting spot for
I'm
a
thinking
guy
if we can go mobile later on, we want to go over to their tent.
Yeah. So just a couple of quick updates here. So 12-hour race. We had mentioned Vin Kennedy and Chris. They're out on the loops right now, so we don't have any updated splits on them, but they were pretty much like right next to each other. Lauren Maggette-Crick still in first place for the female race. She's in 5th place overall, so she's through 12 loops. She was through 12 loops, 8:08. All right, so a little while ago. She'll probably actually be coming in pretty soon, I would imagine. Julie, who's in 2nd for the females, she's in 9th overall. She actually just finished her 12th loop as well, so she's out kind of like in that group. She's in 9th overall in that group of runners. That's like that 6 through 9, 6 through 10 pack. Includes Brady Roberts, Chris Dodds, John Saravi, and then Julie is 9th. So John is 8th, Chris Dodds is 7th, Brady Roberts is 6th. So there's a group of them kind of within, 15 minutes of each other, all kind of on that just started their 13th loop, just through 12 loops.
And 3rd and 4th for the men, Sean Russo and Andrew Linder are 2 minutes. Last time they were 90 seconds. Now they're 2 minutes and 10 seconds. So,
yes, so that's
still staying very consistent, very close to each other.
So that'll be a great race for us to keep an eye on again as we kind of like get down to the stretch here in a little. And again, it sounds crazy saying get down the stretch as when we're still 3 hours away, but realistically, there's probably like for the top runners like 4 loops, right? So it's not gonna. It sounds crazy to say, but when the loops start taking a little bit longer, you don't see them as often.
Yeah, I think it's a battle for 1st and 2nd, and then below that's 3rd and 4th. Yeah.
And who knows? We may get lucky. So earlier when I was looking at the weather, so 7 p.m. is that finish for the 12 hours. It was showing 100% chance of rain, and now it looks like the rain may be pushing back. We've been seeing that all day. We expected it earlier. Now I'm seeing 100% at 8 and 9 and 80% at 7. So maybe we'll get lucky and have not a blowout thunderstorm for that finish. But either way, that could potentially become a challenge over the next few hours if the skies decide to open up and say you're almost done, but take this first.
Here's one last little wrinkle in your day. All right, let's see. 24-hour, pretty much the same names here. Looks like we have one runner through 14 loops, Thomas Joyce in the 24-hour. So he is over the 50-mile mark, which is pretty great for a 24-hour. I mean, that's a really great pace he's on. The 100-miler, we had Greg. I mean, Greg's got to be, a lap up on everyone?
Oh, yeah. He just did that one 39.
Yeah, he's ripping. He's running really, really well. So he's through 15 loops. Where are the 12-hour guys at? The 12-hour guys are through 15 loops as well.
Yeah.
So he's like not too far behind.
Oh, he's flying.
Yeah, he's like kind of not. Yeah, he's not too far behind the 12-hour guys. So this is our lead woman coming through right here.
For what event?
For the 12-hour. That's Lauren. I believe that's Lauren.
I believe it is as well. Yeah.
So she'll be going on to her 13th loop. Yeah, 391 is her bib.
Still looking strong. She looks comfortable. She's moving well. I'm sure she's not comfortable.
Yeah.
But again, it's always so impressive to watch how people process through these things. And again, it's such a skill set to manage that internal dialogue right? And just kind of put it at bay, do what you need to, focus on the present. What problems do I need to solve? How am I going to get forward? Whether it's using a mantra, whatever you use for encouragement, but it is a practice skill, and you can see it come out when things get hard for some of these people.
Absolutely. There's Steve Zeichel right there, just is coming through. He's not going to go through.
Coming in a little bit slow this time.
Yeah. So he's in the 100. He's not going to go through, so we're not going to have a split on him yet because his crew's right there. Still in 4th, but again, we'll kind of see where he is after he goes through the split. So he's a tough runner. He's, like I said, I know he's got a couple really big finishes under his belt. Like I said, he's got a 2nd at Pine Creek. He's an Eastern States finisher.
Oh, great.
He's done some really
solid,
really good races. Yeah. So he's got the chops to run with them. Just kind of depends on where he's at today. I know he's been putting in some really big weeks too, just in conversations I've had with him in the last month or so. So
one more real hot lap and he's done with the hot. Hopefully.
Yeah, hopefully. Yeah, that 100-mile race is tough. Just the way it's set up for us, a little bit hard to track. So we still have Landon still in 2nd.
Landon LeGrand?
Yeah, who's through 14 laps, it looks like. And then we have Sean and Steve in 3rd and 4th, and Sean is through 13. So Sean is only through 13 laps. So there's a pretty big gap there at the top where we have, it looks like Greg is through 15 laps, Landon's through 14, and then Sean is through 13. So a little bit of variety there just in terms of where our runners are at the top of that thing on the men's side. On the women's side, things are shaking up a little bit. So we have Tina Custodi still in 1st place for the women. And then we have Karina DePiece, who's in 2nd place for the women, followed by Lisa Perry, who's in 3rd place. And the 3 of them, I'm going to look at their splits in a second. The 3 of them are 8, 9, and 10 overall. So they are running, it seems like probably right near each other.
And is it
we don't have a
Coriana,
total time,
Karina? She kind of has been moving up steadily as well.
Yeah.
So she was back behind. I think Lisa was in 2nd for a bit.
While.
And so, like you said, a little bit of a change up, but grouped pretty well together.
Yeah, so Tina is through 12 laps. Only one of them through 12 laps. And then we have Karina, who is through 11 laps, followed by Lisa, who's through 11 laps. But they are just in the overall for that race, they're 8, 9, and 10. And they're 1, 2, 3 for the women. So they can't be too far separated from each other.
Is that Dan Lamort coming our way?
That is Dan.
He doesn't look like he's racing. So come join us live, but you can't get us canceled.
Yeah.
All right, so we've talked about previous guest of ours, good friend Dan Lamort, huge comedian. If you don't know who he is, go follow this guy. He does incredible things.
What's up, man?
Comedy than running in
You want here? Have a seat, man. Have a seat.
God, really?
I mean, why not?
I'm all sweaty. No, please. I don't have the energy to say anything offensive.
Yeah. So what's up, Dan? Tell us a little bit about your race today. What were the thoughts coming in? How'd it go?
I have a Pine Creek 100 in September 7th, I think, so I was trying to take this as a bit of a training run. I was hoping to get 50 to 60, and I started throwing up at like 19 miles in.
Bro.
And I kept it going until 30, and then I took a little bit of a nap, woke up, and wasn't feeling much better. I get to this point where I start to hear like my heartbeat in my ears, and once it gets that intense of throwing up, I know it's time to slow down a bit. I don't know what the heck happened. I think tailwind is really not for me.
Really?
Oh, all right. Well, that's good to know.
I keep looking at like the common factor of every race I throw up in, which is every race I do, and it has to be tailwind.
Or
I hope they're not a sponsor.
They are.
Oh no!
That's all right. It's just not for you. That's okay.
No, the watermelon is the tastiest thing I've ever put in my bottle. It just not as good coming up.
That's all right. That's fair. Fair enough. Hey, you gotta know what works and what doesn't.
Maybe work on not getting quite so overheated.
Yeah, that too. Well, the Irish, I don't know how to be less Irish. But yeah, I was still a fun day to see people I know and whatnot. But I would prefer to not throw out. It's just the one thing I got to get in order. The body always feels great in these races. It's always this. Even my last race, I was like 60 plus miles. That body felt great. It was just the stomach.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it's tough. Is this thing working now? Did I get it working again?
I can hear you. Yeah.
Okay.
We could share if you want.
Sweet.
It's always tough in the heat. We've talked about that several times, right? The body will actually remove blood from the stomach to cool. And so in this kind of situation, unless you've got some really practiced strategies, and I'm not sure if that was the case for you, but man, I expect more people's stomachs to kind of do what yours did in this type of environment, just because Yeah, it's tough.
I was
It's tough.
jamming ice in my sleeves. I had
Yeah.
like the ice bandana. I definitely did more than I usually do.
Mhm.
It's just that nutrition aspect. I think I got to train longer runs. Even now when I'm talking, I hear my voice differently in my ears than usual. It's weird.
Did you do anything to like heat adapt or not?
Like heat training?
Yeah.
Oh, absolutely. I'm a big fan. I was doing a ton of max incline treadmill runs with
Okay.
my sweatshirt and long sleeves
Oh.
on in this little tiny closet gym in our apartment where I'd turn off like the AC. So I was doing a lot of heat training. I was running in on the pavement in Jersey City in a black sweatshirt.
Mhm.
So like I was definitely doing some stuff, but I need to do longer.
Yeah.
Like not just 10, 15. I need to do like my 30s at heat training, I think.
You know what's funny? I say that a lot. Every time I do a race and I come out of it, like I felt like my training went well. Like week to week, I run a good amount of miles, but I almost never go kind of like as long as I need to. And I said I had a similar experience recently. I was trying to run like a fast 50K time and came up short of what I wanted. And I was like, my long run should have been like basically a 50K.
Yeah.
Like, yeah. So.
But it's
I
just
get
like that. For some reason, training a 10 miler or a 30 mile, it just the planning it into a day is
I
so
know.
much easier.
Oh yeah, 100%.
But yeah, this was definitely hotter than I freaking expected.
Dude.
This was a very hot day.
This morning it felt like it needed to rain and then it just never did. And it was just
Felt like the
Yeah.
tease, all these emails leading up. Oh, it might rain, prepare for rain, and then just 96 blaring down. No point of the course that I feel like the sun wasn't slapping me.
yeah, just super buggy over here. It's
I
been
like
brutal,
cheering
yeah.
people on more than running, I think.
Oh, this is the
This
place
has
to
been the
be.
spot to do it.
I didn't
Yeah.
even need to lose weight for that.
Yeah.
I could have just stayed a fat, happy, ultra running fan.
Well, and so we actually talked about your story a little bit earlier when you came through. And so for people that weren't here there, man, and you've been on an episode recently. I want to go check out. You were on a different podcast with Joe Corcione. Is that
Yes, Joe's my coach.
Yeah, that hurts.
okay.
That hurts
Yes.
our feelings.
So, but I mean, dude, you've got an incredible story. So
You want a coach?
Hey,
Whoever helps my stomach gets it.
I tell you what. I tell you what. Go talk to your coach and tell him what you said about heat adaptation. He should give you a different idea. If he doesn't, give me a call.
Okay. Deal.
But man, you've just got an incredible story. So aside from the success and recently married, right?
Yes, married
Oh, yeah, man.
2 weeks ago.
So
Congrats, man.
congratulations on
Yeah.
that. We've just enjoyed having you so much on the
100%.
episode. But dude, you're not only that is you've got a huge weight loss story. So what was the total weight loss? I had 180.
I was
in my head,
354 at my heaviest, so probably around 180. Yeah.
Wow.
So
I was like 174 last week. Well, actually, I should say I was 174 before the wedding, 180 plus after the honeymoon.
That's right.
So there was a bit of a fluctuation there. So maybe 170 to 180.
And ultimately, the number doesn't really matter. I think what matters is if you could go back to yourself at 350, right? And again, the number doesn't matter. And tell him, hey, by the way, on this day, I'm going to be running these many miles, and this is the person that you're on your way to becoming. What would he have said to you?
I think if I could go back to my heaviest weight, and I would tell myself at that point, like one day you're going to be mad at yourself for dropping out of running. Like I ran 30 miles in 96 degrees, and I was so freaking mad over there that
Yeah,
I didn't
yeah.
keep going. I couldn't imagine a fat version of myself even being able to comprehend
Yeah,
that.
yeah.
There was a point where I was on tour when I was younger, and my friends wanted to go to a CVS, and I refused to walk from the hotel down the street to the CVS. So it's like, that seems terrible, and it was hot out. So like, I don't actually think I wouldn't believe you, I don't think. Like, it's weird.
That's crazy.
And that's one of the things. I mean, ultra running is a great community, and it's fun to watch people do these incredible things. But dude, the change that you brought about in your life, and for anybody that's plugged in now, and that's why I go listen to the podcast and stuff. And there's so many of these types of stories. But dude, you're an absolute inspiration. And one, selfishly, I'm super excited to actually like shake your hand today and get to meet you.
I know, we finally got to meet.
Because it's been friends, and I think we share a lot of the same, friends. But today has been fun to see people.
The weirdest thing is he sounds and looks very much like one of my uncles who's from Richmond, Virginia. He's got like that southern twang. So I feel like I've known him for years. It's very freaky. Like my Uncle Rick over here.
Just start yelling at Uncle Rick.
Yeah.
That's Jeff.
Oh my God, that's
Shut
awesome,
up,
man.
This is actually one of my first races where my cousins live in the area, and they came out, and by the time they got here, I was like, whoa, you guys got here just in time to see me quit. So we stayed over there for a little while,
Yeah.
hung out. They ended up having some friends here. It's nice too to see, so many people out here crushing it. My buddy Vinny Kennedy, who's actually one of the
He's
races.
flying, dude.
He's like in first right
You want a fun fact
Yeah.
for the broadcast? Me and Vinny Kennedy, high school homeroom.
No
Together,
way.
yes. I've known Vinny. I was the captain of the baseball team. Vinny was one of the
Nice.
varsity baseball together. Grew up with him. This was our first time we've seen each other in person, though, since high school.
No way.
That's cool.
He was one of the slowest kids on the baseball team,
Not
and now
anymore.
might
I love
be.
that,
He's one of my fastest people that I have in the running
Yeah.
friends groups.
He's fast.
He's throwing down today.
So he went through
It's
the
impressive.
last split we have on him. Him and the guy in second place went through 11 seconds apart. So they're running
they're-
like,
they're
basically
tight.
next to each other.
The other
Yeah.
dude is moving really well. They were both lapping me. Luckily I missed
Greg.
it the third time they lapped me because I was hunched over throwing up. But the first two I saw them pass me.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Greg Gamble from the
Well,
100
he's
mile
the
run.
100-mile race. The other guy's Chris Shaw in the 12-hour.
Chris Shaw,
They're
yeah.
like right next to each other. They're running really good. That's a great story though that you guys grew up together.
Yeah,
that's
literally,
cool.
Miss Camerata, St. John Vianney High School. We were in homeroom together. We were definitely. He got voted class clown, but who became the comedian, Vinny? Yeah, you might be fast today, buddy.
Well, and so I got distracted because I got so excited about one of the points I wanted to make. So if you're watching and you're like, this is cool. I know people that do this, but I don't know that I could ever do this. Both your personal story and just what you said about Vinny, right?
Yeah.
Vinny's out here crushing it. You just
Yeah.
said he was the slowest kid on the baseball team.
Yeah, you could actually become like a very formidable athlete in your 20s,
Oh,
early
yeah.
30s. It's very
Oh.
possible.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
Yeah. So, yeah, if you're watching, listening, any of that, and you're like, I'm not sure, just trust, come out, be inspired, all those types of things. That's one of the things I love about your story, man, and just you.
Thank you. I try to keep a positive energy even when the day doesn't go as planned.
Yeah, man.
I definitely took some. You got to leave this with a few lessons, and I have a few in my head. Maybe earplugs.
Yeah, anything. So aside from the running, anything you want to promote or talk about, like comedy side? You got a tour coming up, shows coming up?
Oh,
What do you
yeah.
got?
So basically, Pine Creek is September 7th, and then I think I have 6 days until the next touring starts.
Oh,
We
cool.
took off for July and August with the wedding and the honeymoon, and August is also a terrible month to tour. We'll be out September, October, November, international tour in October. Yeah, it's going to be a lot of fun.
And you're saying we because your wife is a comedian.
Yes, my
comedian as
wife is
well.
a comedian as well, much more famous than me, thank God. I could do stupid stuff like this and run around, and she could actually be the promotional face of the group. But yeah, she's Natalie Cuomo. She was here for a little while today with our dog. My mother-in-law was out here. We had a good group.
Cool.
It was a lot of fun.
Thanks for introducing us.
Yeah.
Appreciate
I wanted to sneak over here at a point.
We are kind of like hidden over here too, and then people feel
He
bad when they
passed
walk
us
over.
every
I
lap.
waved
We
every
talk
time.
about
That's true, yeah.
You guys are presented like you're the one. I see. Oh, okay, there's the finish line.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because the last stretch of this trail, like you get that little bridge, and then you get the last stretch here.
Yeah.
Might be the most exposed part of it.
Yeah, it
Oh,
is.
really?
Yeah.
It's tough.
This is a tough. So I say that. So I live around the corner. So I run here a lot, just regularly. This is for 3.7 miles. For me, it feels longer. Like I don't know the way it runs because it's basically like an out and back. Like the stretch where the bridges are is really short, and then it just feels like these long stretches.
Even that
Yeah.
one non-hill hill
Yeah,
by,
yeah.
by lap 7
Yeah.
or 8, that really does
It's
feel like a hill.
Yeah, yeah.
I was walking it by the 8th. I was hands on knees like
Yeah,
I was in a
yeah.
mountain race.
Yeah, it feels long. I don't know. I've always felt like that when I run here. Like it feels longer than it is.
And I will say, if anyone's on the fence about doing this race, the slushies at the halfway aid station are unreal.
Yeah, Albie.
That's
Shout
what
out
when
Albie
we
Day.
had the race spotlight. That's what they talked about, Albie in the slushies, and so it sounds like it lived up.
Albie's a beast of a runner himself, and I
Yeah,
asked
he
him,
is.
I said, you ever going to run? He says, this is the most fun I ever have at a race that I'll never run.
Same, probably. A lot of us are like that. Like Albie lives right over there. Like I live locally, and we just don't do it and get to hang out all day, and it's fun. It's like you getting to sit and be a fan.
Are you guys doing this for the whole 24?
Yeah, we'll be here till 1 o'clock tomorrow.
That's amazing. Right here, so you're not leaving.
We'll be on and off.
We
but
get
yeah.
breaks every now and then.
Yeah.
I might have to join the cast. I started my car. I was like, I'm going to come over here, say hello to them quickly. Someone might have driven off in it. So this might be a 4-man booth now.
That's what you get. You
That's
don't
what-
just get to come say hi. Now you get to hang out.
I know. I thought I had to earn it by finishing. They even give you a medal for not doing the full 12 hours. Nice people here.
Yeah.
Really nice people. Natalie was like, do you want to take a picture with it in front of the starting line? I'm like, no, I dropped. I don't. The crankiness still comes in at points.
No, that's good. I
That's
love
fantastic.
that. Man. That's
Don't let us
awesome.
hold you up, man. We don't want your car to get stolen. But
No, please.
was-
I have been looking at it. I'm like, no one wants it. Trust me, it's a clunger.
Yeah. I'm Brian, by the way. I don't
I'm
think we've ever
Dan.
actually
Well,
met.
nice
so
to
meet
officially
you.
meet.
Yeah, man. You too.
You live right near my cousin.
Yeah. I was gonna say who's your
I
cousin.
feel
Bob.
bad. I'm giving you the seat back, but it's very wet.
that's all
That's
right.
All right.
I gave it to you sweaty anyways.
This was so much fun.
Yeah, man.
It is
Thanks
great
for
to see
coming
you.
out and doing this. It made it feel like the most professional race I've ever done.
All for you.
Yeah, man.
I gave you my best.
Yeah.
It's great to see you, man.
Awesome, man. Yeah.
I'll have to come out to one of your races.
We were talking about him earlier. We might have to make a trip.
Yeah, Brian's coming.
Yeah. Yeah. All right, man. Take care.
Good to see you, man.
Send me messages when it gets late because I can't sleep the night of race. I'll say, you guys still at the
Yeah.
Yes.
Say hi to Natalie.
Come say hi.
Didn't get to meet her.
All right.
And here comes
That was awesome.
Chris Shaw, right?
Oh yeah. So this is this back and forth. We're gonna have to get a split on it.
I didn't see Vinny. I hope we didn't miss Vinny.
We're gonna have to keep an eye out.
I was 100% distracted, so we may
That was-
but
That was great though. That was great for him to jump on. And for anyone, again, Dan Lamort. Is that how you say his last
Yep.
name? Lamort.
Yep. Labort.
If you thought he was funny just now, which if you didn't think he was funny, I'm not sure that you were paying attention.
You should
but
just go ahead and drop off.
Dan's hilarious. He's a touring comedian. He talked a little bit about that. His wife's a touring comedian. They tour together. He's hilarious, and he is a great guy with a great story. So stoked he came to show some love.
yeah, and it's always fun to I love documentary type stuff, right? Because I like watching people move through the process of doing something or accomplishing something. And so obviously we talk about the running and the weight loss and that, but he's one of those guys, man, that just grind out. And if I'm remembering this right, you know, I think it was his dad that had like a deli in New York. And so he would sleep on like the washer and dryer because he'd do these late night shows. Sometimes it didn't make sense to go home. So he would sleep on the washer and dryer and then get back out and do shows. And somebody like that, man, that just really goes after something that they want. It's just inspiring to be around. You know, I think we all grow in life when we get around people like Dan. So, and he's funny.
Yeah, dude, the comedian thing is such a grind. Like to be, he's the only one, and I don't really know him. That's the first time we've met in person, but like to know someone that's kind of like making it enough
Right.
to be able to do it as a comedian, like you talk about a grind. I mean, there is like like that overlap with ultra running is definitely there, but I mean, yeah, they're doing like 5-6 shows a night, like just always practicing your craft and getting better at it. So that was cool. I'm glad he popped in and said what's up. That was Chris Shaw. So 12-hour race. Chris Shaw is back in first. He is through 16 laps, which is 60 miles. He came through before Vin Kennedy. We have not seen Vin Kennedy yet, but Chris Shaw went through a minute and a half ago. So we'll see.
Somebody
where those
that's
guys
not
are at.
Vin Kennedy walking at the end, is it?
It's not.
Okay. So if you refresh, he's not on there.
Yeah, no, not yet. But something to keep an eye on here.
Yeah,
Like we
remember
said-
at the start of the last lap, neither of them stopped. They both kept
Yeah.
going.
And lots of time left. I mean, you know, it's been neck and neck, but that doesn't mean at the end there's not going to be a giant gap or that there could be a new leader. That's the exciting part. I think we're getting in. So less than 3 hours to go.
Yep.
A lot can change. It already starts to feel a tiny bit cooler, and as this storm rolls in, we may
It's
feel that a
trying.
little bit.
Yeah. Let's see who we got. I
So
don't
this
think
Sean
it's-
Russo coming in.
Is it?
Yeah.
No. Oh well, he's a lap behind them, I think.
He is.
Okay.
Yeah.
He's
Yeah,
actually
4:14.
2 laps
Yeah.
behind Chris.
He is. Yeah, he looks
job,
good.
Sean.
Running good. Running in alpha flies. So we've seen that too. Some of the 12-hour people at the head, like kind of competing for those podium spots, are running in carbon-plated shoes. With it's kind of interesting too. I feel like it'd be hard to run an ultra in carbon-plated shoes, but if you're trying to run a really fast time, I guess you certainly
It's a
can.
long time. to
Yeah,
run
I
And,
know.
that
and
kind of shoe.
I've never run in a carbon-plated shoe, so I don't
Yeah.
know. Does it feel different?
Yeah.
Like, is there?
Yeah, it does. So I ran the last 50K. I ran in a pair of carbon-plated shoes, like trying to go for a fast time. And I've run shorter stuff in them, like local 5K, 10K, like just for fun. There's a ton of return. Like they are really springy. But over time, like when your stride starts to
Here we
break
go.
down, there we go. Yeah, as your stride starts to break down, it is it's tough. It's hard to keep the shoe moving. So here we go. So here comes Vin right now.
Come in.
Second.
Go get him.
You got it. I didn't hear what he said. Did you hear what he
He's
said?
going to pass him now.
All right. With a smile on his face. So we got Vin Kennedy. Yeah, Vin Kennedy just came by us. So, and he's stopping to grab. Looks like he's stopping to maybe grab a water, do some stuff with his crew.
Well, looks like he's currently, if he were to keep moving, on which I'm not sure exactly where Chris went, if he moved or if he stopped, but
Yeah.
about 4 minutes difference. We're
Yeah.
seeing about 4 minutes.
So they're right on each other. That's a good race, man. It's gonna be fun to watch that thing come down the wire. See if we have any other updates. We got 2 runners in the 24 through 14. Thomas Joyce and Alex Franco. They're separated by about 12 minutes or so on the men's side. On the women's side of the 24-hour race, we have Erica Bash through 12 loops. She's the only female through 12 loops. We have Randy Zuckerberg through 11. And then we have Luis Yuang through 9 loops. So the female race on that side for the 24, it looks like it's Randy and Erica for the most part right now. But again, that race isn't even halfway over. So that one's going to, one to just kind of stay in tune with. The gentlemen, it's kind of the same names at the top. Thomas, Alex, Chris, Brett, all names we've kind of mentioned so far. And then the 100-miler.
Here comes Joe.
Joe Frick,
Yeah, Joe
151 coming through. Looking really strong,
Looking
actually.
good, looking good, really good.
So all the Joe Frick runners or lovers out there.
In the 100, he looks good. He's running really well.
And I did see in the comments, I'm not sure if it's fresh or not because I haven't been keeping a close eye, but a shout out for Jen and Jenna.
Mm-hmm.
So Vicky, I think Vicky had that in the chat. So big shout out to Jen and Jenna.
Yeah, so when Joe goes through there, that'll be his 13th loop. And he's gaining on Steve probably. So Steve had been through a little while ago, but Steve's 13th loop took him an hour. But that was because he stopped before he went through. But, those are when we start kind of getting a little bit later into the day. You're going to see that. You're going to see some of these loops take an hour if someone stops before they go through the aid station or whatever the case is. So what do we think time-wise for a break?
I think we're about
Wrap
there.
up? Yeah, probably pretty soon here. And then so what I think we're probably going to do is take a break here soon, next minute or two. Probably stay off till about 5-ish, and then come back on through the conclusion of the 12-hour.
For the party.
Yeah, for the conclusion of the 12-hour, and then kind of see how things shake out. So I think that's what we're going to do. The stream will obviously still be up. You can still, please keep checking the 2L tracker. We are using the exact same tracker that you can use at home. So we get these splits pretty much in real time. You just have to keep refreshing. So you can do pretty much the same thing that we are to kind of keep track of what's going on. But I think that's what we're going to do. We'll pop off till about 5 o'clock and then come back in for, the conclusion of the 12-hour and then start talking a little bit about the nighttime races and talk more specific about those.
Sounds like a great plan.
Sounds good.
Sounds good.
Appreciate everybody joining in. Love to hear the comments, questions, all that, and we'll hit you guys up when we get back.
Cool. See ya.
See ya.
All right, welcome back to the 2024 summer edition of the Loopy Looper. My name is Brian Paulson. Thank you all for checking back in, for staying with us throughout the course of the day. Coming to you from Cooper River Park, joined by, again, my new friends. Well, now we're old friends.
We're old friends now. We are aging together.
You spend all day, you become old friends.
Yeah, old friends. That's how it works in this sport. My guys, Jeff and Jeremy from the Ultra Running Guys podcast.
And then,
Fellas.
yep, Jeff and Jeremy from Ultra Running Guys podcast. And then I'll introduce, which a lot of you locals probably already know, but a friend of ours who we had on the podcast, Joel Cervantes. And it's not Joel, which we learned.
Yes, it is.
Joel.
It is Joel.
But appreciate you joining us, man. And we know that you were just over at the other aid station. So we talked early on. We actually probably haven't talked about it in a while. So aid station on the other side of the course, right about mile 2. And they're known for something specific. And Albie Day is over there taking care of the people. But how's it going over there?
Yeah. Hey, thanks for having me, guys.
Yeah,
awesome to see you today. I came in and I was like, do I start over there? Do I start over here? Because I'm technically not volunteering until 7 over here at the main aid station. But as soon as I popped in, they're like, we need ice. It's hot. Everyone wants ice stuffed in every nook and cranny. So I just ran over there. And while I was over there and was able to grab some lunch, Albie was able to make some more of his famous fruit. He's got strawberry, watermelon, and blueberry. Some people are calling it water ice, but they're slushies actually, and they're really nice. They're delectable. They're keeping everyone hydrated, fueled, and that aid station's really cool. They're doing a good job over there. Albie and Anna have been manning that aid station, I think, since the race started in 2018, I believe.
Yeah, something like 2019.
My first time running this race is when I met everybody, and this was actually my first ultra, believe it or not. So 2020 was nothing but we're all covered in we had the buffs on.
Yeah.
So
right.
that was my first race experience, and I've been friends with Albie, Anna, and the race directors Jen and Pete ever since.
Nice.
Yeah.
So you have a good history with this race.
Yes,
then.
I've been back every year. It's my first time not running the Loopy Looper and instead volunteering, but I will be pacing and crewing at night.
We talked a little bit
Nice.
about this, and you're a local guy too, local to the area. Like for the tri-state area, Delaware Valley, like this is it different in the sense that it's not a trail race. It's more of like kind of that urban ultra race, but this is like kind of one that when you're training and you're looking for a summer race, like this is one that people circle on the calendar for whether it's the 12 or the 24 hours. So
What I like, this is a great one for like new guys because they're like, and then they come in, they're like, wait, this is a newbie race? It's hot.
Yeah.
This is insane. But it's like, no, this is what you're going to get. But the race distance is what it is. Unlike some trail races, your first time running a trail race, you're like, oh, this said 8.3, not 9.1 miles to the aid station. Yeah, man, this has been an amazing, what it is, I don't know if anyone said this yet, but this race is truly a reunion race for everyone in here. Gags, Michelle, Lisa, me, I seen you last year, everybody. They've been doing a really great job at growing this organically, and I'm so happy to be a part, honestly. I don't know if you guys saw Chris Bartoli, but he's another one I can mention 50 people right now. You know,
yeah, it's
it's
fun.
a good time here.
It's like it's like a little summer camp weekend where everyone comes back and gets together, which is cool. So we're happy to have you on here for a little. Let's dive into. We'll do like a quick race update, and then we'll get to like some Joel specific stuff. Maybe like talk about some races that you've done or like efforts you have coming up and all that good stuff.
Sounds good.
And
cool.
we had Rachel on
Yeah, we had
earlier,
Rachel
so
earlier.
we just went through something big.
Rachel's
she helped
awesome.
You out, so I'm excited in that
We'll
conversation.
talk about that. Yeah.
Let's get the race updates.
All right, cool. So we'll do some race updates. We'll kind of bounce back and forth between the 12, the 24, and the 100, but we'll start with the 12. Just because the 12-hour race it sounds crazy to say it's wrapping up with like an hour and 40 minutes left, but the way the loop works, we're starting to kind of wind that race down a little. I also believe you cannot go out on a loop after 6:30, so we're looking at like about a really critical hour right now for runners to really start thinking about where they're at. On the men's side, there's really a couple different battles at the top. We have Chris Shaw and Vin Kennedy kind of running 1-2 in this race. The most recent split that we have is Chris Shaw it looks like about 14 minutes up on Vin Kennedy, which is a pretty big gap. I think when we last were on the air, they were only like a minute or two apart. They were running together one loop. So it looks like Chris Shaw has put a pretty big gap on Vin, and we'll have to see as they come in here in a couple minutes where they stand. And then The next kind of battle on the men's side is Sean Russo and Andrew Linder, kind of for that third place battle. Sean Russo came in 8 minutes ahead of Andrew Linder the last time that they came in, and they were, it looks like almost like 2 laps or so behind our 2 leaders. So that's kind of what we're looking at right now with the men's race. On the women's side of that race, we have Lauren McGet-Creek, who's from Georgetown, Texas. Has come in and has absolutely dominated for the most part this women's race. She's first female. She's 5th overall. She is over 52.5 miles through this thing. So she's running really well and has been running pretty well all day. We have Julie Vidula, second place female. She is through 13 loops, 9th place overall. And then it looks like this might maybe be a little bit of a change. We have Michelle Palmer in third. Third female is Michelle Palmer. 28 years old from Collingswood, currently in third. So she's been kind of making her way up, it looks like, as well. And then we have Natalie DiFilippo, Susan McGarry. So it looks like our third place runner for a while was Tara Wilson. Oh, we actually saw Tara walk by with her husband, partner. She walked by and it looked like she had ended her race. And he mentioned to us earlier, he said, yeah, she's kind of just out here for a long run, but she's running really well. We'll see if she stays in. So it looked like she might have pulled the plug. So
yeah, and if she's done, she finished at 41 miles, which is great.
That's a great long day in a lot of heat. So whatever she's training for, she just got a really solid day in. So that's kind of where things stand right now. We'll see if there's any, just real quick, see if there's any differences in the 24 or the 100. It's kind of a lot of the same names here. In the 24, we have Thomas Joyce, Alex Franco, Chris Flores. In that order, on the women's side, we have Erica Bash and Randy Zuckerberg. So this is a little bit of a change here. Erica Bash has been in first place of that race, 6th overall in the 24. Randy Zuckerberg has jumped up a bunch of spots. So Randy Zuckerberg, second female in 7th overall. She was kind of like 10th, 11th overall. She's jumped up a bunch. Is now right behind Erica. They are 6, 7 overall in that race. Looks like Erica might be a loop ahead, but nonetheless, that is where that race stands. And then we'll just quickly, the 100. We have the 100 is going to get really interesting, I think, once the 12-hour wraps up. We have Greg Gamble, who's been just running out of his mind, running so well. Every time he comes through here, I'm like, it looks like this guy's running like a 10K. Like, he's just been cruising. So we have Greg. We have Landon LeGrand still in second. Sean Rahill, Steve Zeichel, names that have all kind of been in the mix. We have Tina Custodi, first female. Followed closely by Lisa Perry and Karina DePice. Karina DePice just came through actually with her crew a second ago, so that's kind of where things stand with that race as well for the 100-miler. So, yeah, not a lot's changed in that sense since we've popped back on, but that is where we stand now, awaiting our 12-hour podium runners to come through. So we'll be with you through the conclusion of that race. Try to maybe get some post-race interviews if people are feeling up to it. So we'll try our best to do that. All right, let's turn our attention to our guest here. I've taken up enough of the airtime here. So Joel, joined by Joel, got the introduction already. Local to the area, we've run this race a bunch of times.
Oh yeah.
Let's just dive into, if you're cool with it, your most recent run adventure, which was
that was the Tahoe 200.
Tahoe 200. So cool. Tell us a little bit about your experience in Tahoe. I know it wasn't your first 200, but I'm sure any race that long, there's like different stories and things that evolve. How'd your race go? How do you feel about your race now that you've had some time to kind of reflect on it and think a little bit about it?
Wow, man, it was truly an experience, man. This is my first time having a crew and pacers in a race ever. Like, truly, like, actually there for me to do that. So that changed everything. It's also my first time using poles in a race. Again, game changer. I recommend everyone put your ego aside. Listen to your coach. Run the races as best you can, you know. I'm very proud that I can say that I finished a 200-mile race without some help, but I would never do that again. I think it enhanced my experience way more than I could have ever imagined. I was actually joined by Jessica Wicks, Rachel Bambrick, who we had earlier, and also Jessica's boyfriend, Matt. And then their fur baby, their dog, Soul, was also there, part of the crew. Jessica right now is running the Bigfoot 400. She's running an out and back. So she's starting the race 4 days in advance from the finish line to the start. And then she's going to run the regular 200 with the regular people in the normal start. to the finish. That's Jessica.
That's,
I had not heard that. That's pretty darn incredible.
Yeah.
And
so
she was on your crew.
She was on my
That's a good
crew.
person to
We
have on your
That's
actually
insane.
lived in her and Matt's Sprinter van for the weekend, which was absolutely incredible. I wanted to mention her and Matt because they were awesome. And then Rachel, again, she flew out. She was awesome, incredible. She if she hasn't talked about it yet, which I'm sure she did, she's doing amazing with the women in ultra running group.
Yeah, that's
been really growing.
Yep.
Yeah.
That was like the basis of our conversation was
Yeah.
about that, which was cool.
And it's funny, I showed up today. I have a large volunteer shirt from Endless Endurance, and I actually wanted to ask for a medium. They don't have any more mediums. Go figure. They have so many people here to support. So I was like, all right, I want to wear this shirt, my ultra running shirt. I want to wear this shirt or this hat. I ended up wearing my Tahoe hat today, but I was
I'm
about to
sorry.
wear
I'm sorry.
the women in ultra running hat and shirt today.
Oh, I gotta check.
Yeah, no
You might
worries.
have to ask
Hey,
her.
Al.
What's the question?
His name is Al.
What's his question?
He wants to know if he's on lap 7 or 8.
Oh, what's his last name? Do you know?
Al, what's your last name, Al? Emma. Al Emma. That's right. E-M-M-A.
He is doing the 24.
I'm trying.
Mhm.
1 second.
665.
Yeah. Nice.
Whoop.
While we're here, Al, can you tell us how old you are?
Al is 84.
There you go.
Al, you are through 7
No.
laps. Al, you are through 7 laps.
You finished 7 laps.
Well, you haven't gone across the
Well, when you go across, you'll be across at 8.
Right
There you
now,
go.
you have finished 7 laps.
Yeah.
Gotta love Al.
Right.
Good
Nice.
job, Al. Keep it up, man.
That's awesome.
That's Al Emma, man. I always throw him on my story. He's run multiple 24-hour, 48-hour races that I've been a part of, and it's always a pleasure to see him out here. I mean, when I'm 84, I hope I
84.
can still be doing this thing, you know?
He was our oldest runner.
So-
We had a shout out to him earlier, but I didn't know that was him. I've never
Yeah.
met him, so that was cool.
Yeah. You'll
Um,
probably see him at Hainesport, and also, I was talking to him earlier. We will run the 6-day together.
Can we
the
talk about the
6-day.
fact he's got his own cup over there at the aid station?
Oh my god, that's
Yeah, it looks
I
like
awesome.
he's
love this
probably
guy.
not carrying anything. He just had it sitting there, right?
doesn't
Fill it up, take a
Amazing,
drink.
dude.
He doesn't have
Move on.
anything. No vests. No nothing.
That's the way to do it, man. All right, the Tahoe thing. I want to jump back
Sorry.
to Tahoe. No,
Sidetrack.
no. This is what happens when you sit right on the track. We just get
Yeah.
our stories get interrupted, and we got to swing back. So Tahoe, I think one of the cool things about when I asked you a very, very very general question, I should say, about Tahoe, and one of the first things that you talked about, and I think this speaks to the kind of person you are, was your crew as opposed
Yeah,
to yourself.
I
which
wanted
is
to
cool.
say something.
Yeah, which is cool, man. And I know you said that was like the first race you had done with the crew dedicated directly to you. We've talked a lot today about this idea of like ultra running as a team sport, probably even more so the farther that you go, the longer that you're out there and having that support and that help. So yeah, that's awesome. I think it's cool that you decided to shout them out. Rachel shared a story earlier about that race. She talked about pacing you. I think it was on like the 3rd night or
Yeah,
something.
she ran all the night sections.
Yeah.
We didn't plan it that way, but
Yeah.
it happened.
That's awesome, man.
Yeah.
More power to you for finishing that race. Those are no joke. So.
Thank you.
So one thing I'm interested in, because when we had you on, for everybody listening, and I think you've been on other stuff as well, but on the Ultra Running Guys podcast, we had a great conversation. It's been a while now, because
Yeah.
you're one of the earlier guests.
That's right.
But we had talked about your first 200 on that. So the difference with 200s, and we've talked about this a lot, is, I mean, today you've got an aid station 2 miles apart.
Yeah.
There's a bunch of people out here. But when you get into some of these bigger races, there's different challenges to navigate, but not only that, the dangers can kind of become a little bit more real, right? And you had an
Absolutely.
experience in that first one where you're like, yeah, you met some people, you guys, I think, had to like kind of hunker down in the cold, try to get in your like emergency sleeping bags.
Oh, yeah.
And it was like, yeah, I don't know if we're gonna make it through this. And it was a pretty interesting story to talk through. Did you have any moments in this race, and maybe not with Pacers and crew, that stands out to you as either a surprise or like, man, I don't know how I'm gonna get through this? Talk about that.
So I don't think I had a scary moment where I was like, oh shit. I don't know if I can curse on here. Apologies.
Too late.
Yeah, too late. So the story that you're mentioning was I did the Moab 240 on the blizzard year of 21. So they were like, I don't know, it was mile 175, and they're like, hey, where you're headed, there's already 2 inches of snow, and you're going into the mountain. Good luck. It's going to be a rough night.
Yeah.
So that was an area where there was a big reroute the night before the race. So 3 of us, we actually had to hold onto each other's packs to like navigate because it was so windy. And if you've ever ran on a blizzard on top of a mountain, on the middle of a 240-mile race. I mean, I don't recommend it.
Yeah.
But you can imagine how that happened. That's exactly how it happened. The headlamp, the snow was coming at an angle. You couldn't see anything. So we were literally holding on to each other to not fall off the cliff. Now with Tahoe, I did not have that scary moment of, I don't know, I lost. I thought I had 3 liters of water. I only have 1, or something like that. No scary moments about to die on the cliff. My pacers and crew really helped me out once I got to them. But the difference in Tahoe was you don't get to see your crew and pacers until mile 61. So the first 100K of that race is just up and down the mountains. You're just on the Tahoe Rim Trail. You go up and down, I don't know, 4,000 feet every 20 miles. It's just nonstop 20 miles in between 8 stations. They say 16, but if you ask Rachel, it's 19.9. In that race, the biggest thing that happened to me, which actually became more apparent after Moab and after some other races, was an old ankle injury from high school that it sounds crazy. That's more than 10 years ago, but I've never done PT on it. Running 200-mile races, running 100-mile races. I like to think I'm Superman. It's really cool to say I ran a 100-mile race. Like, that is actually really cool. To run any ultra, I give everybody the power of that. Like, I respect you. That is so cool. But you have to take care of yourself. So I learned real quickly that I needed a PT and I needed a coach. And I went to, his name is Will France. He has an episode with the ultra running guys, actually, immediately before, right after me. So I met my running coach. I've been with him for more than a year, and he helped me out at Tahoe also. Obviously, he wasn't there, but he was part of the crew, just virtually. So he was, virtual coaching, which was really cool. He helped me out a lot when I was struggling, and the main thing was I ran my best 50 miles, and then at mile 50, I think it was the morning of the second day. It's like, we ran all day, all night. That morning going into the second day, my ankle gave out on me. So I was far. I should have pre-taped it at this one aid station. I didn't. I got back broken. It was like the lowest low of any race I've ever had. And I was texting my girlfriend, and she's like, just keep moving. I was texting Jess to, like, just move with intention. I'm texting Will. He's like, dude, you're really strong. I know your ankle's not working. Use your poles. Use them. So I huffed it. I hoofed it, if you will, for 10 miles, the longest 10-mile section of my life. I got to 61, and I was like, in my head, I literally wrote a whole paragraph about how I'm sorry. This is going to be the Tahoe 200 turned into a Tahoe 100K. But I came in, and my crew didn't let me. They said, no, you're not done. And I kind of knew it too. I told Will, because I didn't say I was done. I was just like, hey, I'm really, really struggling. Like, never felt this low before. They got me pizza, ice cream, Coca-Cola, all in the same bite, too. Rachel fixed my feet. Jess came out. She was my first pacer. They really helped me out, and I'll never forget. From then on, it was just, I had to climb a mountain, so it wasn't that great. But from then on, I was okay. If it wasn't for them, I don't know if I'd be okay or not.
There you go, man. That speaks to the power of the crew there, too. But also, I mean, and again, like a lesson, I think, for everyone that's listening, that, like, for that maybe he's never run a 200 or again is listening, just kind of following along and isn't as familiar with ultra running, like these are the stories that sometimes feel hard to grasp, but at the same time are like the really, really powerful stories in this sport. That you were in a race that you had 140 miles to go, basically, right? And thought at that point your race was done, and then there was something, whatever that thing may be, whether it's your crew or something inside that knew you weren't done, like there was something that encouraged you to keep pushing, and you were able to keep pushing for 140 miles, right? And I think that's such an important lesson for not just racing, but life in general, right? That like we have these roadblocks, we have these obstacles that appear from time to time, but there's a way through them, right? And there's a way around them, and running as kind of like this metaphor for life. We talked a little bit about this, but it's a great story, man.
So tell us where you practice using your poles here.
Yeah,
in Jersey.
What's that?
Where did you practice using your poles in Jersey?
Yeah.
You using them in the West?
I use them in the West. The West was the main training place, but that's also a 45-minute drive for me. So, I kind of used them here and there. Pretty much the West.
So what was that like taking poles for your first time using them then?
I used them wrong, actually.
Right.
I didn't know what I was doing. I didn't realize that you had to hold them like with the wrist strap in your wrist, I was holding them on the top at first.
Oh.
And so I'm having,
Stobbs.
yeah, I had the whole pack filled. I'm holding them to the top, and I'm like, something's not right. I finally went and got checked out at REI, got the right size.
Oh, yeah.
And he's like, yeah, no, you want to hold them here, 90-degree angles. Like, yeah, should probably listen to what Michelle Goldberg was telling me. It was like, you should probably go get them fitted and make sure they're your size, and you should probably just go get them. You know, Michelle was a really good person who has helped me in plenty of ultras. Also, she's running this 100 today, and she was kind of the one who was like, Joel, don't be stupid. Go get some poles. Like, you can do this.
Yeah.
So.
They can be a game changer.
Yeah,
They can be a
huge
game
changer.
Yeah, we had so many people on the show, right, that was like, yeah, I didn't want to like them. They actually make a difference. And I had my first experience. I've now used them twice. And they do. They make an incredible difference. There's Rachel Bambrick that was over waving at Joel.
Yeah, it's the first time I seen it today. She's great. I'll say hi later.
I do want to say there's been some stuff in the comments, and I don't know how fresh it is, but I did see actually somebody said hi to Ian over there. I don't know if you saw that one. Okay.
Nice.
A boss. I saw somebody say, hurry up, Joe, because Applebee's closes at 1. So I'm guessing that's to Joe Fricker and the
great.
Applebee's joke.
The Applebee's has been long running.
Somebody was asking, I don't know how long ago the comment was, where's David Wynn?
Oh, I don't know.
It's the Nguyen.
Oh, I saw him. I don't know where he is in the race.
Well,
I saw him.
And I'm not sure which event. If you're commenting, if you're still on, you can comment that.
Maybe the 100 or the 24. Probably something a little bit longer. He's like runs a lot of multi-day stuff. Here, David. Yeah, I guess it's Win. Yeah. He is in. Let's see what race this is. He's in the 100. Kind of like middle of the pack right now. 21st overall. Through, the 100 is a little bit different the way it's set up. He is through 12 laps. Kind of like in the middle of the pack right now. Yeah.
So in the 40s, somewhere in there, middle pack looks like he's
21st overall right now in the 100.
And then saw we
Asking
talked
about Dan Pinto. Somebody's asking about Dan Pinto also in
Dan
the comments.
Pinto?
Yeah, he's
All
through mile 45 in the 24-hour.
Oh, nice.
Still lots of love for
In 8th place.
Joe Fricker.
Wow.
Including, I think his wife and dogs were sending lots of love. And then I see Amber's a shout out to Mondo. Anybody know who Mondo is? All right.
I don't know.
Mondo.
Giving Mondo some love from
We'll
Amber.
shout it out. So when we were talking too, we had Chris Shaw come through. I actually missed him come through, but we have his split through 18 loops. So Chris Shaw's through 18 loops, 67.5 miles. He came through total time 10 hours and 24 minutes. So he came through a little bit ago. We still don't have Vin Kennedy through 18 loops, so he's still out there. Hopefully we'll see him soon. But Chris Shaw had like about a 14-minute gap on him the last time they went through. So.
And if he's at 67, that means 2 laps, including the lap he's out on right now, to tie the course record of 75 miles.
Oh, yeah, he's definitely going to be – yeah, he should be in the mix to do that, to tie the 75.
I don't think he'll break it.
Yeah, it's so hard. That's the thing with this. Like, that's the math, right? Like, that's the game. And I almost you have to kind of have respect for these guys early on, like running the way that they did, because a lot of them, I'm sure, had like course record in mind. I mean, the way they're running, they're pretty much gonna. The 2 of them are gonna be like right at that 75-mile mark. So I'm sure, and I think Vin Kennedy even kind of like put it out there that he wanted to try to set a course record. And to do that with the way the math lines up, like you pretty much have to go out and try to run 7-minute pace at the beginning, knowing like there's going to be some fall off. So yeah, that's kind of where we stand right now with the 2 of them. Chris Shaw in first place right now. It feels like fairly comfortably. He's out on his 19th loop through 18 loops. So that's where that race is at.
Yeah, so that'll be exciting to see when he comes through, because once he goes out on that tying lap, the question is whether he can make it back.
Yeah, it'll be close.
6:30.
It's probably gonna. Well, yeah.
He'll have to turn it up a little bit.
Yeah.
So it's what kind of reserves does he have in the tank, and it'll be right about the time as we turn around and look at some of these clouds. You know, we can feel the wind. So who knows? Maybe he'll get a little rain to push him through the end, but could get exciting.
Yeah, and that way it is. I know it finally feels like it still says we're at like 93 degrees in here, but it finally feels like it's cooling off a little bit. The breeze feels good.
Looks like it may be raining over there.
I know. It looks like we might at some point get some weather, but we've been saying that all day, it feels like. So.
Did you guys get any droplets over here at all?
They're like 10.
Yeah. I was going to say we got like maybe 20 on the other side.
Yeah, enough to where I was like, is that rain? And then it kind of moved on. So just some of these big clouds that are going over, I think it just, like you said, a couple droplets. But as we're looking around and looking at the radar, and I'll pull it back up again just to see, it was pushing back. For a while, there was like 100% at 7 o'clock, but it looks like chances are reducing. That's pushing back. I think we're going to get it at some point. I said the same thing this morning. We were pretty sure we were going to get it around noon, right? So
yeah, and it's been just like
change.
going. Yeah, and we'll kind of hop back into some of the more specific coverage here of like the 100-mile and the 24-hour after the 12-hour concludes, because we'll have the conclusion of that, relatively soon, all things considered. But that's a race that we want to make sure we kind of, get our top runners through. We have, we have eyes on them. Our female runner. It looks like we might have had our female runner come through fairly recently. Laura McGet-Creek through 15 laps. 56.25 miles. Still running really well. There goes Alex Franco. He's in the 24-hour. He ran that 12-hour. He won that 12-hour track race that we did.
Yeah.
He was the guy that won.
Race. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. That was a good time.
So he's running pretty good right now too. He's in the 24-hour, kind of picking his way through it. But
did you run you ran the 12 for that one, right?
yeah, just the 12. Yeah.
I don't know if you recall. Maybe it wasn't bothering me at the time, but I ran the 24 on that track. That's around the start that my ankle was really bothering me.
I think I remember you said that. I think we talked maybe after the race.
Yeah.
You mentioned that. Yeah.
Had a plan.
You were
fell
run
apart.
walking
Yep.
strategy. We talked about that a lot earlier
Yeah.
up here, like run walk.
Started a lot earlier than I wanted to, but Will and I, like I said, my coach, we talked about it. That was the strategy we were going to keep.
Yeah.
But I kind of fell apart. It just my ankle wasn't ankling, so
Yeah.
I ended up stopping that race like 21 hours and just like, all right, we're gonna hang out and clap everyone in. But that's a good race for another local one. They're starting to build that. So
Yeah,
looking
that'll
forward
be
to
a cool one. I think one of like the long-term things about that race that they would like to try to do. Well, actually, you can do it now. The way the race is set up, it's certified for USATF 24-hour. So like they have it officially certified. So if like someone was trying to qualify for that like USATF 24-hour team where you need to run whatever like the standard is, it's like a ton of miles. But like in theory, you could do it at that race.
That's cool.
Which is cool. Like you could have a guy like a Harvey Lewis show up in theory and try to do it. Like I know locally, I don't know how many there are. Like I know D3 is one in PA where you can try to qualify, and Harvey's run there and Gags has run there.
Oh yeah.
But City Invincible is also going to be a race that you could like in theory qualify for
That's cool.
that team. So we'll see in years to come if that becomes like a bigger thing with where it is in the calendar. People trying to qualify for like those USA 24-hour team spots. You could do it there on the track. So, and it's a cool track. It's right under the bridge.
It's
see
a
the
cool
city.
track,
It
yeah.
is a cool track. Not
Fast
that like I
people.
think a lot of tracks are cool, but that's a
Yeah.
cool one.
Well, this track's cool.
Yeah, this is a good one too.
Yeah.
So we'll say we were talking about the weather. I just looked it up. So we're officially in a severe thunderstorm warning. But it looks like it's just northwest. There's a huge cell going past. So it's either going to skirt us or it's just going to slap us around a little bit over the next few hours. When we look off in the distance, it's getting pretty dark over there and pretty ominous. But hopefully it'll skirt right around us. I don't know if the runners feel the same. Maybe it'd be welcome. But obviously a thunderstorm's never fun. Rain, okay. But once you start getting lightning and stuff in the mix and thinking about safety, something we don't want to complicate it for the race directors either. So.
Yeah, we'll have to see. We'll have to see kind of what happens here and shakes up. I mean, we talked a little bit about the weather earlier and kind of like the role it plays in race strategy. If it's just rain for the 12-hour runners, you got an hour left. I mean, it's kind of like put your head down, like you're going to work for that last hour.
It's
anyways.
probably a benefit at this
Yeah,
point.
the 24 and the 100 milers. That's the big, once it stops raining, like then you really got to start putting some race strategy into play. You're probably changing. We've talked about this, right? You're changing your shoes.
Yep.
You're changing your outfit. You're almost like resetting after it stops raining to make sure like you're taking care of yourself. Here comes Vin.
Here comes Vin.
Yeah.
He's moving too.
Yeah, he's still running
So
good.
keep it up, buddy.
He's running good. He's got second pretty much locked
Let's
up.
tell him he's
I
first.
think, but no.
He
can't
asks
do
every
that.
time.
Two. He knows.
I know he does.
Let's go,
Nice
Vin.
job,
job, man.
Nice job. Keep it up. Yeah, he's running really
Yeah,
well.
he's
Here
doing
comes our
great.
leader in the 100 mile. This guy is just.
Greg, dude, he's getting faster.
I know.
Hey,
he's running
he's-
so good. So I'm
Should
going
we tell
try
him to
get,
slow down?
Let's get this split, dude. Yeah.
Let's go,
man.
Greg.
There you go,
He's
buddy.
fired up, man. I
He's
love
fired
that.
up,
He's running
man.
really, really good. Running really
Like
strong.
to run
Dude,
with that
oh
much
my
energy
gosh.
right now.
Yeah, it's
Holy
unbelievable.
cow!
It's so interesting because there's people you feel like you watch their power meter like come up, right? And that's, I mean, Whether it's a tactic because he's fighting demons and that's, he's turning it into that energy, or he just feels that good. But he was beating his chest a little bit. He's happy.
No, he feels that good.
Yeah, I mean, it looks like it. So where does that put him when he's about to cross?
Yeah, so
how many laps
he's
will that
at,
How many laps? It's hard to tell how many laps.
It's either 17 or 18. I don't know if this refreshed right away. And then we can get like a mile and try to figure out.
He's a force, man. I gotta say, I thought that he's been running hundreds forever. This is his first 100 miles.
I know.
This
I'm
should
like,
be
what?
18.
Yeah.
This should
I
be
mean-
18 for him.
18? All right, so he'll be through 18 loops.
So quick math tells me that's 67 and a half. So it's impressive, but it's a long way to go to get to 100, right? So he's
Yeah,
feeling good. He's
13.
feeling strong. Lots of time
He's
for
still got a
ups and
50K.
downs. Yeah.
Yeah. But that is a good sign. I mean, how he's feeling right now and how he's running. I know Landon, who's in second right now, was running really hard to start. I saw Landon kind of shuffling in here, was walking through the aid station. Still in second, had a
Here
really
comes-
big lead.
Sorry to interrupt.
No,
Here
go
comes
ahead.
Sean Russo also, who was a lap back, but he looks like he's picking
Yeah.
up some speed as well.
Yeah, Sean's running really good.
That's Sean Russo right
That
there.
is
yeah.
right here,
There you
yeah.
go.
Yeah, and that's the 12-hour. I jumped back to the
12 hour.
12-hour.
So he's in third in the 12-hour, but he's a lap. I think he's 2 laps behind them. I think those
yeah.
guys are.
So,
he's 2 laps.
But there
Yeah.
was a good fight for third, so I'm assuming he's still ahead.
He's
yeah,
ahead of Andrew.
Linder, who's behind him. So we'll have to keep an eye on that. So they were 8 minutes. Sean Russo had an 8-minute lead at the last split stop. We'll see where Linder comes in now. And we've talked a little bit about Andrew Linder. He's kind of picking his way through this field. Was kind of like in the mid pack, and then starts picking his way off. He's a Transcon runner. He's got second in this race last year, I believe, second or third. And he is just he's kind of a force to be reckoned with in that sense. He knows what he's doing out here, and he's sitting in fourth right now. We'll see if he's got the legs to hunt down Sean, who had a little bit of a gap on him. So, yeah, those races are going to be pretty close. And then female side, we're waiting on. So on the female side, Lauren's basically a lap ahead. So Lauren and Julie, who's in second, have almost identical splits, but they're a lap apart. So Lauren has basically a 1-lap lead on second place. Lauren's in 5th overall. Julie's in 9th overall through 52 miles. And then in 3rd place is Michelle Palmer from Collingswood. She's running really, really well. Kind of works her way into that 3rd place spot. Is through 13 miles. So next time she comes through, she will eclipse the 50-mile mark, which is awesome.
Yeah, and you can see in the shot that's on the screen right now, some of that weather rolling in a little bit, right?
There it is.
Getting dark. Like you said, for the 12 hours, I don't think it's really going to be a factor. They're going to finish
Yeah.
up no matter what. You sort of talked about this a little bit, for the 24-hour and the 100, not only is it, hey, you got to adapt and come out the other side, but having been in, the first handful of races I feel like that Jeff and I did, the weather was just terrible. It's tropical storm type stuff, right? And so not only that, if you have crew that's out here, for me personally, I start thinking about, okay, do I really want them out here if I just stop? Maybe I stop it for them. Or all my stuff's going to be soaked. Do I really want to pack this up after running 100 miles, or should I just call it a day? So I know for me personally, those thoughts can start to come in just once something like a weather change. And so I think that'll impact, and like we talked about, going into the night, having to deal with that when you've been running all day. We're seeing Michelle Goldberg do a little dance for us.
Yeah.
She's still smiling.
Smiling.
She's still smiling.
You want to come say hi? You want to come say hi?
She's got stuff to do, man.
Oh, man.
I mean, you got stuff to do, but just come say hi.
Hi,
to
Michelle.
Joelle
Keep it
and-
quick.
Hey, we said hi briefly.
here's
on the
Michelle
other side.
Goldberg.
Hi.
Briefly. Hi. Oh,
So how,
Hey.
on a scale of 1 to 10, how hot has it been today?
10.
Yeah.
It's brutal. Absolutely brutal. Yeah, I just stopped. Look, blood in the shoes.
Jeez, yeah.
Like, it's gnarly. It's always hot for the loopy, but this is otherworldly. Like you can't breathe.
You're killing it. You're moving forward. We've actually talked about you quite a bit today.
Very, very
And
slow.
somebody wise once said, just because it hurts doesn't mean you have to stop.
Oh, preach it.
Love that. Keep it up.
So keep it up, Michelle.
Hey, you're doing
Michelle
great.
Goldberg. She's one of the most incredible people you'll ever meet. And one of my favorite things about when she came on the podcast was her first 50K was not like, oh, I'm going to pick this race and go train. She just started running her long runs longer and longer and longer.
Yeah.
And one day said, you know what? I think I'm going to run a 50K tomorrow.
Yeah.
And she just went out and did it. And that's her. She loves running. She loves the sport. Now, she will get competitive.
Oh, yeah.
But she's tough, and she just brings a lot of joy to everything she's doing.
I'm glad she came around. I named after her early on purpose because there's so many local people, as you said. You're like, dude, you kind of know the local people. You've been in these races. Michelle's a really awesome person in this community that every time I run with her, I'm impressed. Every time I see, you know how it is. You just connect with the right people. People just make connections. This is the ultra running community. We're all here to support each other, and she's just been awesome. Just everyone's helpful. Like, she's just one of those people.
Yeah.
She's helped. I remember I was really struggling in the Hainsport race, where a lot of these people I've seen race at as well, and I'll never forget her bringing like just stuff.
Yeah.
Oh, McDonald's fries were just the pick me up I needed. Oh, stuff like that. Rice Krispies are now my favorite ultra running treat that I didn't even know. I would have never had it if I didn't know Michelle.
And from a tactical perspective, one of the things she said, I mean, she did. She had some blood showing in her sock, and we've talked about that all day, right? And so foot care is actually one thing we haven't really done a deep dive into. We talked about some chafing. We talked about things that you have to deal with in the heat and the moisture. And so there's always, anytime you run, there's always a risk of blisters and things like that. But as soon as you have this kind of moisture, that is just going to expand the risk, right? And so the different things. So knowing she's running a 100-miler, she's got a long time out here and already dealing with blood on the socks because her feet are probably getting eaten up.
It's my buddy Justin Bennett. He's the man. Woo! Good job, brother. I met him
awesome.
at it.
Yeah.
He knows.
And Joel knows everybody.
I just know
Yep,
everybody.
yes,
Yeah.
he does.
Keep it up, man. Looking good. Met him out at Pine Creek, and
Nice.
Michelle Goldberg was the one who invited Chris Bartoli and I to Pine Creek, and we met him out there. Justin Bennett's out here just running the 100.
Nice.
No real support. I'm going to pace him tonight.
It's awesome, man.
One of a few people I will be pacing.
Yeah.
That's nice.
This guy does it right. That's sitting next to me here.
Thank you.
Yep,
Yeah,
both of
there
you
it is.
guys.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah. Joel does it right, man. That's the way to do it. I
Yeah.
saw you when we were here for, I'll tell a good story, and then we'll get back to foot care. I want to make sure we get back to that too. But
There it is.
a good Joel story is when we were here doing the live stream for the 8-hour. You were here, kind of the same thing, like volunteering. I think.
Yeah, I
Weren't you?
volunteered for Aussie.
Yeah. So you were volunteering, and then next thing I know, like, you're running in with one person, trying to help them finish a lap, going back out, running in with someone else, and I was like,
Yeah.
that's a guy that just wants to make sure people like have a chance to do whatever they're here to do, and that's a good way to be, man. So
I appreciate
it
you
up.
noticing
Yeah,
that.
yeah.
I
Yeah.
ran in a few runners, some friends and a couple new people. They're just the last of the pack. This last, you got 15 minutes. I'm like, come on, let's go, 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 go.
yeah,
I want to see you do it, So
that's a good way to be, man.
Yeah.
That's a good way to be.
I learned from others. I learned from the best.
Mm.
Just paying it forward, man.
Hell yeah.
Something that's not related to anything we've been talking about, but like this guy and the guy you just pointed out, I don't know if it's New Jersey water, but there's so many jacked dudes that are out here doing these endurance runs.
Yeah.
Like you see some out every now and then, but a lot of these guys coming around, it's not your typical ultra runner. There's some guys that throw around some weights.
Oh
out
yeah,
Oh, yeah.
definitely. You want to get back to the foot care piece?
Sure, yeah.
I know
and,
you
and
were
this is an area
going
I
in.
think actually Jeff has quite a bit of knowledge, so I don't want to hog too much. But I mean, foot care I think is so important and probably mostly preventative, hopefully. And we just had somebody on the podcast. There's a medic that specializes in foot care, so some interesting conversations. But Jeff, take it away. Over to you. Here's a
Cue
grenade.
him up. Cue him up.
Just depends. I mean, so yes, the best thing to do for foot care is preventative. But for somebody like Michelle, with where she's at now, at some point she does need to take the shoe off, take a look at what's going on, clean it up. She's obviously got a tear due to having wet feet from all the sweat all day. She's probably got really thin skin that's taking place and just having skin break. So she needs to clean it up and probably tape her feet and get those taped up nice. There's lots of different ways you can tape your feet and different ways you can. I would just recommend going to Google and kind of learning some of the stuff. But when you do and you tape it, if you're going to wrap it, just make sure you don't wrap too tight. Give yourself some flex. Joel, you could probably even talk about how you wrap your feet as well. Running 200s, because it's a very common thing in the 200s. You need to know how to tape your feet. But that's really what Michelle at this point needs to do, is to to do some care and do some prevention from them getting worse, if you will. But on the flip side of it, the best thing to do for your feet is before you even get here, to make sure that you have what we've learned on our own podcast from people who've talked to is to get all those corns and everything else and all those blisters and all the calluses and all the rough skin. Just get all of that off your feet. go ahead and try to get your feet cleaned up, smoothed up, so that you're not creating additional friction from having calluses on your feet. Because a lot of people think that if you have a callus, that you're going to have protection from a blister. But, blisters and stuff are caused because of friction, right? And so one of the things we've just recently talked about was the idea that a callus grabs your sock and it's just creating more heat, right? And so if you think about it, everybody's going to start putting like trail toes on their feet to create some sort of slickness on it. And the whole idea is to kind of create a smooth surface. Well, go ahead and get rid of the callus. So you start with a smooth surface, still add that stuff on, but don't deal with the extra layer of friction that's caused by your callus. We've still got John coming through really quickly right now.
Yeah, John's running
he's
good.
moving
I know
fast.
he's running good, man.
But yeah, so that's kind of the biggest things to do early on.
Can I add something to that too?
Yeah.
I gotta say, having Michelle with the foot thing, it's kind of deja vu. When we ran this 100 or the 24-hour last year or 2 years ago, I apologize. Same thing happened. The heat, the sweat, the humidity. We know how to take care of our feet to an extent, but when you have this great idea is the ice bandana, which I love. I also love. I've been putting ice in people's hats for the past 2 hours. That is awesome, but that extra water going down your back and into your shoes because you're sweating so much, that I think is the difficulty too, where it's like all that times 2.
So
I like to change my socks.
What we said earlier about that is the pro tip on that is do the exact same thing, but instead of putting that ice directly in the bandana or in the pack, is to put it in a Ziploc bag.
Perfect. That's the perfect way to.
Right.
Oh yeah.
And so you just keep it there, and then you'll keep that cool water even longer too. So you actually keep the coolant longer than you would normally after it runs down your back.
That's a good idea.
You're welcome, Joel.
That's a good idea.
You
And I
guys
just
got
thought
all
about
the
it.
Tips, man. Yeah.
That is awesome. I'm writing that down right now. I actually just put ice in a bunch of plastic baggies for people too.
Yeah.
Whether they had an ice bandana or not. They're just,
Right. But that's
whatever.
the key, right? So you
That's
can keep at least the
smart.
cool water.
Very
Talk
smart.
about
Take notes,
ice,
guys.
Ice right here.
There's
EB.
Eric. Let's go, Erica.
So that's Erica Bash leading the 24-hour women's race right now. I think she's in she was in. I'll tell you in a second. But
you're right. So a lot of
Full
people
ice
do that, and they'll
bandanas.
put it in a bandana, and it runs down their back, and they end up getting chafing and all the other stuff. Even when they're like, you get chafing everywhere
Yeah.
when you're wet, and so you want to reduce the extra water as much as possible. And here comes, who's that flying through here right now? Isn't that Chris Shaw?
That's
Yeah.
And then you have Paul Johnson right behind too.
this guy is
Chris
hammered.
Shaw.
Yeah, man, he's running good. This kid on the bike.
He's winning. He's out to win.
Yeah.
Let's go, Paul. There's my buddy Auntie Andrea coming up for a 100
Yeah.
miler.
All right. So
Grit and gratitude.
let's talk about him. So I'll tell you when they go through in a second.
Yeah.
And I want to see if that was Chris and kind of where he's
Sure.
at because he's hammering too. So
Yeah, that was Chris.
I shouted out Ant a little bit earlier. You probably know a little bit better than me. One of the younger guys in the field. I think he's like 25 years old. Run the 100-mile race. Has a platform called Grit and Gratitude. And so I brought this up earlier when he went by because he went by and kind of gave us a wave. And then he had stopped and I went over to him and I was like, yo, tell me a little bit about Grit and Gratitude. Like I brought it up on the podcast or on the show, but I was like, I don't totally know. Like I've never met him.
Yeah.
So he was like, yeah, it's kind of like this platform we use to like help people. And maybe you could fill in the blanks for me a little. Like help people get out there, like help people get active. Is that kind of what the Grit and Gratitude thing is that he does, or?
I
don't know if
actually
you know.
haven't read it in a while, but if
Yeah.
I recall correctly, he's running an ultra every month for this
Okay.
whole year, and he's asking for a donation. They've been raising a bunch of money. Dude's an awesome guy, first of
Yeah.
all. Awesome guy. Him and his brother, Joe DeAndrea, also another awesome local legend. I mean, he's ran hundreds, 200s around
Oh,
here,
nice.
all the races around, but I believe Ant and his brother were foster kids in the city, so he's raising money for, I believe, foster kids is what it is. So Grit and Gratitude is going through the hard stuff to help out those in need,
Yeah.
especially inner city kids. And I believe there's a little bit more to that, but from what I understand, that's the name of the game and the aim of their goal, and they're doing pretty good, which is awesome.
That's awesome. I didn't mean to put you on the spot. I just
No,
didn't
that's
know
cool.
if you know. Yeah, so that's cool, man. And like I said, I tried to shout that out earlier. So Auntie Andrea, if you don't know him, make sure you give a follow. He's out here running the 100, so we'll be out here talking about him and following his race as it keeps going. But definitely a name to keep an eye on. Doing stuff off the performance level too, which is cool.
And he recently got engaged too to his now fiance Grace, who's also an awesome person. They've done a lot of local races.
Yeah.
They see them. I watch them support each other. They're awesome.
That's cool.
Awesome. Yeah.
That's good, man.
So was that Chris Shaw that came across?
It was.
Yeah.
He's at 71 miles.
So 71. So that means that puts him out on the record
my God,
time
yeah.
lap with 30 minutes to go, which would put him, quick math, is an 8-minute.
It's gonna be
pace
like-
that he
Wow.
has to-
He's
so
got to run 2 laps in an hour, basically.
He has to run 2 laps in an hour. Yeah.
In
he'd have
59
to run
minutes.
back-to-back 8-minute pace laps. So pretty aggressive. Now, just to get out on that last lap is probably, I don't know if Gag's ever made it out.
I don't
on
think
the lap
he
where we're
has.
going back out.
I don't think he has.
So he's either on the winning lap right now,
Yeah.
and which is probably the most likely thing,
Yep.
or he is buckling down and he's gonna and he's gonna surprise us and come in. But
One more.
Let's
Let's
go, man. You got it. 382. Who is that? Oh, that's Andrew
That's
Linder.
Andrew.
He's running good, man. Keep it up. Dude, yeah, so that is, you know what, to your point, what we were just saying about the time, and I bet you he knows all that, too. I mean, he came in here hot. He was running hard.
Yeah. Hard.
And I'll tell
That's
you, the
tough.
hardest math you'll ever do is, even though this isn't a trail, it's trail math. Right?
Yeah, running math.
You do
Yeah.
the same problem 4 or 5 times to come up with different answers, and then it's so hard to run and do math at the same time.
That's why I don't do math when I run. That was like my from the time I ran the longest ultra of my life. I said no, I'm not going to do trail math. It messes me up.
Does it? Yeah.
Yeah, so
you
I just
let it roll.
Now I have a crew and pacer. I was like, yo, where am I at?
Yeah.
That's helpful too.
I mean, 75 miles in 12 hours is so impressive. I've done one 12-hour, and I was able to eke out 70 miles. And
That's a lot. Yeah, that's a
yeah,
ton.
I mean, it felt like a lot. I was wrecked at the end. I
Yeah.
probably overdid it a little bit. The difference was, like I said, I had mile. They dropped it down to a mile at a time, right? So I was able to bite size. These guys don't have the benefit of that specifically. So he's either, like I said, most likely out on his last loop. I'll be super impressed
if he gets in and goes out, he
Dude.
might, dude.
I am rooting for them all.
Me too. I would love to
They're
see that.
moving.
This guy's coming in
he's
hard,
got another
too.
lap.
Oh, yeah, he's got another. Yeah.
Yep.
You
Let's
got
go.
it. There you
You
go.
got it. He was moving too good earlier, remember?
That's, yeah. Who is that? I got to shout him out. Fourth, what was his bib? 374, maybe? I don't know if I'm going to be able to.
Mm-mm. No.
That Chris Rice. That's Chris Rice.
Yeah, that's not Chris Rice right there.
I don't know. I just know you said Badwater, and I saw Chris Rice's name. I was like, oh, I didn't even know he's here.
Yeah, Chris Rice is here. He is still running. He's doing the 100-miler.
So I'll be another name. We've talked a little bit about this guy. I've been really impressed with his performance today. John Servey. We've talked a little bit about him. He just came by. Was like just all day, like kind of just bopping along, like in a really good spirits, like just kind of stopping in at the aid station every time, smiling, and he kind of seriously said it in kind of like a joking way, like now the race is going to start, and he's like turned it up the last couple loops. He's in 7th overall. I could be wrong. I think he only has like 150 miler under his belt, so I think he's like relatively new to like I could be wrong, but I think in terms of ultra, I don't know how much experience he has, but he's running a really, really good race right now. Kind of picking people off here a little bit. He's only 6 minutes behind the person in 6th place, so he's having a good race, and that's a good showing.
And he had said earlier on the race hasn't started yet.
Yeah, that
and then
was
he
it.
said, okay, now the race has started. And when he came through, he's moving fast. He still looks happy. But my guess is that dude has some in the tank, and we're probably going to see him at the end be somebody, rather than just try to hold on. He's probably going to come in pretty hot.
Yeah, it's impressive to be able to and we talked about this earlier, like how much do you toe that line between like going out hard and saving energy? Like it's impressive to be able to still have some energy late in this race and like have played it right.
Yeah.
Like on a day like today, like where there was that much humidity, it was that warm. It's starting to cool off now with the wind, but like it was that hot all day. It never rained. It never really let up. Like to have played it right, like for all of these people at the top of this race and everyone that's like kind of pushing the pace late in this thing, that's super impressive for 12 hours. And again, our 24-hour runners who we'll focus on a little bit more, after this race ends, to kind of like have nailed it. That's impressive.
I agree. I'm absolutely impressed by. I mean, we're talking about these people that are just coming in. Look at this support right now.
Yeah.
I mean,
so 444. What's his name?
Yeah, we'll find him.
we
He's
got
running good,
people
man.
coming in, pouring ice on people. Let's go.
Yeah, you can see it on the screen.
Whole crew.
And he was out walking earlier. You could tell he was fighting some demons. They were helping him out. He was just kind of walking. And so as he gets near the end of this thing, he's having these people come around him. And I guarantee he's probably digging deeper than he thought he could an hour ago.
Yeah, for sure.
Because it's so easy to be in your head. But the strength is there. And these events teach you can do more than you think you can, but it's a hard lesson to learn.
Yeah, and here comes Chris Rice on the right, and the
Is that
banana.
Chris Rice there? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. There he is. Yep. Then you have a banana.
Christina Chang.
This is ultra
Put
running.
the
Shout out
I
banana.
was on the
Christina
banana
Chang.
earlier today.
Christina's
She said
got
it
the
was
banana
coming
back
back.
on. Banana.
Banana.
Christina's got the banana back. So I've told this story to these guys. So I think we've talked about this. I used to be a teacher. When I taught, I taught with Christina Chang. I taught with her for
wow.
a year. She's a middle school science teacher. Unbelievable.
That's
Just
what a
in
small world,
yeah,
right?
Yeah,
It's
I
like,
know.
huh?
Yeah, so when we used to, and we only taught together for a year, but she knew I was like into ultras, and she just got into ultra running like maybe like a year ago. I think she ran the 8 hour and did like one other race, and so this will probably be a distance PR for her if I had to guess.
So cool.
And like half of it was in a banana suit, which is hilarious.
In this heat too that we were talking about. I mean, again, impressive. This is not normal heat. Michelle came over and said it was hard to breathe.
I know.
Like I know we said it's 93.6 or 0.7. I got out of my car when I pulled up, and I'm holding ice on my back to bring it over to Albinana, the other station.
Yeah.
I'm sweating. I only moved for 5 minutes. I'm like, this doesn't even make sense. So I think we talked about the weather earlier. I think these winds and the ominous, although it looks really formidable right now, I think the people are probably like, this is what I needed, is a little break in
break the sun.
the sun.
Definitely.
Yeah.
Well, I would say even though the banana suit came off earlier, all day she has been smiles.
Positive.
Dude, such a good
So
attitude.
to know if this is actually a distance PR for her, I would have never guessed
Yeah,
that.
I think it probably is.
Based off of just the way she's handled herself, how comfortable she's been, how much she's enjoyed the race. That's super inspiring to me, to watch people like that.
Yeah, Christina's awesome. Fan favorite with students. Like, she is hilarious. And, yeah, I mean, you run half a race in a banana suit. Like, you don't take yourself too seriously. So, yeah, she's great, man. She's good people. So, I'm glad to see her doing well and, like, still running well, which is cool. So,
Getting more support. Got family out
Nice.
here. Looks like probably running with mom.
this is cool. We talked a little bit about, like, golden hour earlier, like, with the 100 mile, which will be tomorrow. But, like, you are getting that right now a little bit, too, with the 12 hour. And, again, like, I mentioned earlier, like in a race like this, you don't really know where someone's goals are or what this race means to them, right? Like, sitting up here as, all of us have done, races of this distance, it's hard sometimes to put yourself back in the shoes of people that have never run this far, or someone that might be watching saying like, oh my God, this is crazy to watch. And, there's a lot of people out here, like the 12-hour race, like this is going to be the farthest they ever run. And that's cool. And you're seeing that, like, it's almost like their sort of golden hour time. Like, it's the last hour. We're seeing, like you said, families are out here. People are kind of, like, running this section with their loved ones. And, like, that's always cool, man. I mean, that's why you, like, do this kind of stuff. So.
Yeah, this is good.
yeah.
I think this next hour is going to be pretty fun.
Good. Sorry.
I was just saying, and to your point, it is still long enough that the majority of people would probably think it's impossible for them to do that, at least at some point in their life. And here we are just watching so many people getting ready to finish up a 12-hour race.
Go ahead, man.
I gotta say too, like we've seen some people, like you talk about fighting through their demons. I mean, whether they're smiling or gritting down, biting their teeth, just holding, enduring whatever it is they're enduring, which is obviously some pain. It's not just hot. There's some pain going on. But also the fact that people are being vulnerable and finishing the race with their child or their I see people that just kind of walk by, like they're not ever probably going to run this, but they're running in their significant other, and it's so beautiful to see. You just said like what this means to some people. Like I get choked up. I mean, I'm like, whoa, this is like, whoa, like man, that's. I might shed a tear. That it's cool.
It is cool. One of the coolest moments in a race, I've always thought, and I heard this on some a podcast. I can't remember who had spoken about it, but like one of the coolest moments is the moment you realize you're going to finish. I think that's always like one of the coolest things ever. And like for a lot of the 12-hour runners, like they're at that point. There's an hour left. You're gonna finish. Like even if you have to walk, you're gonna finish. Like that's always a really cool moment where you have that switch where you're like, I like see the light at the end of the tunnel, so to speak. For a 12-hour race, maybe it happens around 10 hours, maybe it happened earlier, but it's cool to see now, like as people are just on the track and starting to celebrate with their families, and we'll have that for the next 45 minutes or so.
And we've had several guests where you talk, because a lot of times you think it's that finish line, right? That's the moment.
Yeah.
But to your point, a lot of times it's like, oh yeah, I was 2 miles out, I came over this ridge, and I realized like this is happening.
Yeah.
That's their moment, and it's because it's that self-belief. Now, unrelated, and I think you're still at the aid station. all the Joe Fricker lovers.
Joe
He just came
Fricker
across.
fans.
He was on camera. He's walking out of the aid station. He's still looking pretty strong. I just saw another Applebee's comment asking if there's a meetup later there with him. So it sounds
We'll
like
make sure to ask him.
there's a definite connection between Applebee's and Joe Fricker.
That's awesome, man. Joe Fricker, yeah, he's in sixth. Well, we'll see where his split puts him here. He was in 6th place on his last split in the 100-mile race. 100-mile race hasn't really changed that much. It's been Greg, Landon, Sean, Steve, and then first female Tina is in 5th overall in that race right now.
I will say I'm pretty impressed with Landon holding on.
Dude,
to
yeah.
second.
Yeah, go ahead. I didn't mean to cut you off.
No,
but
I
I
mean
was
that's
thinking
it.
the same
Just
thing.
we saw him earlier struggling a little bit, and wasn't sure how that was going to go, but it looks like he's hung strong.
Yeah, he's still in it.
He's hanging. Him and the person in 3rd, who's Sean Rahill, are on the same loop now. I think Landon had like a loop lead at one point, but I mean, younger guy, 23 years old. For as far as it seems like it's his first 100-mile, so he's hanging in there, man. He's hanging in there tough, and that is, it takes a lot of guts. So
Yeah, well, the youth is
Seeing
being
some
served.
dancing here on the
Chris
course.
Shaw
coming
is
through.
23.
yeah,
Yeah, you know what I mean? Like, Chris is also 23, and he is carrying it for the youth today.
yeah.
He's a local guy for y'all. Is that right?
Yeah, Turnersville is local. I don't know Chris.
You don't at all?
I don't know him. Mm-mm.
We're going to have
I've
to get
never
to know
met
him because I looked him up on Ultra Sign Up. There's nothing.
Really?
I can't
There's
find
not
anything.
one
I can't find anything on him. And so that's why I've been over here looking. I'm
That's
like,
so
who
amazing.
is this guy?
Do I have him on my list? I had like a little
There will
list.
be after today.
Yeah.
No, I didn't.
I don't know him either, and I'm excited to watch him finish this
Right.
thing.
So
and
we're going to trip him when he runs by at the end to kind of get him over here.
Get that interview.
yeah.
No ultrasound up?
I couldn't find him.
Yeah.
Not
Oh
at
my
23.
goodness. Yeah. Yeah, 23 years old from Turnersville, New Jersey. So he's a South Jersey guy. Yeah, I don't know him. I would love to have an opportunity to talk to him if he can hold on to this thing. I mean, either way, I'd love to have an opportunity to talk to him. He's running really, really well. We are going to try to get interviews with, runners as they get done. It's going to kind of depend on their state. I mean, we'll see. Might have to give them a little bit of time. No, just right away.
Right over there.
Chris
Let's just go over
Shaw.
and meet him.
Chris Shaw.
Let's go take the chairs to him.
Yeah. For the 8-hour, we took Lara Miller when she won in the winter, and she basically like finished and just like walked over here and just sat down. And, like we were like, yo, and she just chopped it up with us for a little, and she was like still in pretty good spirits. So yeah, we'll see.
Can I share a story real quick?
Yeah, of course, man.
So I just had a flashback. You just said Lara Miller, and so I told you this was my first race ever. So this race actually has some sentimental value to me, and I'll never forget. It was my first race. I actually got here 15 minutes late, so I decided to run the last lap, even though I kind of knew. I was like, I don't think I'm going to finish in time. So I literally ran. It was like 6:28. They're like, are you going to go through? I just kept going. I finished after the 7 o'clock cutoff, but I felt good pushing. I made it to like 7:05. I'll never forget that race because Lara Miller and Gags, I was struggling so hard. I didn't know anything. I was just listening to Can't Hurt Me by David Goggins book while running. And then I saw Gags and Lara. They both won that race that year. They were just, I've never seen anyone move with such, they looked like, I don't even know how to explain it. They're just gliding.
Yeah.
So Lara and Gags forever in my mind will be like, I want to chase that type of movement. So Gags out here, I'm sure you guys talked about him, but just to see him move again, it's like, it's really cool to see, man.
It's actually been
Everyone.
a while since we've seen Gags.
Yeah.
Through, I think.
Yeah, in the 100, he was like in the top 10. He's in 8th right now.
Mm-hmm.
Kind of like picking his way through things. He is his last loop was one of his better ones recently. Yeah, I mean he's picking his way through. He's in 8th right now. So
You guys see that lightning?
Yep, saw some lightning
No,
off in
I
the
didn't see
distance.
it.
As long as it stays that way.
Yeah.
Looks like it's just bypassing us, which is fantastic news for the time being.
yeah.
I think there's more behind it. But so we're, exactly 12 minutes from that 6:30 cutoff. So the next 12 minutes are going to be pretty critical to see kind of where this goes.
So especially, sorry to cut you off, on the men's side, like for Vin Kennedy is like a big one, right? Like, so if he wants to get to that 75, he's got to get in to get out.
Right.
Yeah.
He's got to do that. And how are we looking on the women's side?
Yeah, so Lauren Maggette Creek is at 56. She was at 56 miles. 10 hours and 41 minutes was the last split on her. So she's been out for like 40 minutes or so. The women's, let me see if I have it. I had the women's record up. Let me see if I can find it again really quick and see if we have a shot at tying that.
That's
Because
Maggie. It's the last one. I don't know. I want to tell her to do another one.
she
but
could,
yeah,
man. 40
that's up to
minutes.
her.
You got a hammer. Let's see.
What are you looking for? I got you.
Just the quick course record for the females is 67. So, okay, so that's going to be close too. So, Lauren McGeckreek is at 56 right now. So, if she can get in
to 67.
Oh no,
Yeah,
she
won't
would
quite
she
make
would
it.
need another one.
Yeah, and even Vince can't get to 75 at this point because he's at 67 and a half.
Well, if he
Yeah.
comes in like right, he would have to come in like
Right, so that puts him at 71.
yeah, and then he would have to get back
Oh, yeah,
out.
yeah.
He would have to come in and get back out.
Yeah, I got you.
Yeah. So Lauren wouldn't be able to. Lauren will be, she would be one away from the women's record. But she 10:41, 10 hours and 41 minutes is the last split we have on her. So she's been out on this loop for like about 40 minutes. And her loops, she's been running recently like around 50 minutes. So she'll probably come through within the next 10 minutes. And we'll see if she's able to get another one out. But she's probably got, when she comes in, it'll probably be her last loop. She'll probably be done.
But even if they get out, they still have to come back before the 12 hours is up.
Yeah.
Yeah, and the closer you get to that 6:30, again, I think it's about
Especially
an
now.
8-minute pace.
Yeah.
If you get it right at the 30 minutes, so obviously that buffer, I think most people are going to need this far into the race.
Yeah.
But yeah, 10 minutes to go. And one of the things you talked about earlier, so this is an exciting part of the end of the 12-hour. But again, for the 100 and the 24, it's going to get a lot quieter here.
Yeah.
After the next, call it hour and a half, 2 hours, as we get through awards and that, a lot of the energy from the race, the 12-hour runs, the 12-hour relays are going to pack up, go home, and then that's probably when the real race, I think,
Yeah,
starts.
for those distances.
For the long ones.
Yeah, there's a pretty significant shift here, just like in the feeling. And I know, you've done the 24 here?
I've done the 24 twice now. Yeah.
Yeah, so there is like and I've never run the 24 here, but I've crewed it, and there's a shift.
Yeah.
And I think I used the phrase earlier, like the circus kind of leaves a little bit.
Yeah,
like it's
that's the
like
truth.
yeah, it kind of like dies down a little. It gets dark. It's a little bit more quiet.
Mm-hmm.
The 100-mile now helps. It used to just be the 24, and there'd
Yep.
only be like 30 people out on the course. There'd
If
be like
that.
no one.
Yeah.
So now the 100-mile helps with the amount of people out there. But yeah, it definitely quiets down. And
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, there's definitely a shift in momentum because it's everything. It's like the end of the 12 lines up with like almost when it starts getting dark. So it's like this double shift of like the earlier race is done, people start clearing out, and now it's also getting dark, and you're like transitioning to nighttime, like all at the same time. It definitely has like a different feeling. Yeah.
Yeah, I'll never forget running this and the 24-hour you mentioned. That's like, I look to my left, Erica Bash looks like she didn't even run. She's like fresh.
Yeah.
I look to my right, it's Michelle Goldberg, and that's what Michelle and I were talking about was
Yeah.
this is when the race starts. She's like, don't you love that time where you've been running all day long? The sun's about to set. The circus is leaving,
Yeah,
and
that's
now
what
it's
it is.
just you and yourself, and that's when the real race starts.
yeah.
And I smile because that pain, that solitude. I mean, you're out here alone, but you're also not alone. It's like a very beautiful feeling to just be out here and just test your limits. Just get out here and just, it's like, all right, I'm going to see what I can do in 24 hours
Yeah.
and just surprise yourself.
Yeah, it's awesome, man.
So
Go ahead.
we
give
were
that,
talking
yeah.
about Landon for the 100-miler. I'm not sure if we still have him on camera. He's walking towards the A station right now. So walking in with his crew, looks like he's got a pacer with him, but kind of tightening up again, moving a little bit slower. I think
Here's our female
we'll
leader.
see where he is when he crosses, but was in second place.
Yeah, he's been taking these aid stations really slow, but his times actually out there have been pretty good. So here comes our female leader. This is Lauren coming through right now, looking really strong. So we're gonna see. All right, so is she gonna?
That's the
She'll
question.
We'll
have
have to
about
keep- so
37
she's got, like,
minutes
yeah.
if she trucks right through.
So we'll see kind of what happens here. Again, her last 4 loops have all been like 50 minutes. So she would need to kind of drop a hammer here. Or if she stops here, I don't think anyone is going to catch her. I don't think anyone has the ability to with the time that's left.
So if she stopped right there, if she were to keep moving right now, she's got to run just under a 10-minute pace.
Yeah.
Which is, again, when you've been on your feet all day, that's pretty aggressive, right? But it looks like right now, Well, I lost her. I don't see
Me
her moving
too.
forward. I think she may have stepped off the course.
Grab a bite, grab a swig, and keep moving. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know. I didn't see if she kept going or not.
Yes, we do have a question on the chat.
Yeah.
It says, "What happens to the race if there is
Here comes Gags
thunder?"
finally. Not finally. Sorry,
We could
wasn't
a- we
I
could
thought
ask
we'd
the
see
race
him
director.
soon, and I'm like, "Where's he at?" You know, it's 6:23.
What happens
but then
to the
again,
race
he's
if-
doing the 100.
If
If
there's
there's thunder.
It's a good question for Pete and Jen.
Yeah. That's a question for the head haunches. That's above our pay grade.
Yeah. and different things. A lot of times, stuff can get placed on hold, or there's different strategies for that. Obviously, safety comes into play. We've had with our race when we put it on and we were expecting thunder, we pretty much just said like, hey, obviously we can't come collect everybody from the trail.
Yeah.
And it's a pretty small trail, but be safe. Use your best judgment if you need to get in your car, if you need to come back to the aid. And there's something in here, right? This is a pretty small course. So I obviously can't speak for the race directors. I don't know what the official call would be. But it's always safety first.
Yeah.
Whether that falls on the runner or whether they have an official plan. But it's a good question. And it really depends on the race.
Yeah, and I think we're gonna get some weather. I mean, let's talk about that. Like, talk about different. It depends on the race. Like, talk about it like the 200s. Like, you're just out there. I mean, like the weather. Like, you're out there. It doesn't really make much of a difference. So they don't really reroute unless there's like serious cause of life, like forest fires or like there's an avalanche potentially. Like,
I told you that blizzard we ran into.
that's what I
Actually, they
mean.
changed the race. I'll never forget. People were pissed. They're
Yeah.
like, "Dude, it's the night before a 240-mile race. You're gonna reroute the whole course."
Yeah.
And not the whole course, but there's a snow reroute. It was a little troublesome to get
Yeah.
the mat loaded and all those things. It's scary actually because you have this plan but at that point, at any point when you're in a race that deep and your goal is to finish is right. You just got to be safe. That they have emergency things on purpose for you. Like, you actually have to have waterproof gear, stuff like that, extra calories. Here, I'm sure people are smart and have, well, the skin's waterproof, we'll say that. I don't know if anyone was thinking about rain, so they may not have like a poncho on them because it's such a close distance. Close, I'm saying it's right under 4 miles, but I think we'll be okay. But talk about the 200-mile races. That's the weather's going to do its thing. It's up to what they say. It's never bad weather, just bad gear. Like, you're not prepared. So, just preparation's the key there. I mean, just prepare as best you can. Adapt and overcome.
Yep.
And even with these types of races where it's like, okay, we're not doing that full distance of 200, 100, 50-miler, 100K. Doesn't matter. It's never going to go to plan. Adapt, overcome, and just do the best you can.
Shout out to Matt Fall.
Matt Fall.
We got
Woo.
brother's doing a great job pacing. We're feeling great.
Oh,
All
yeah.
right. There we go.
So cool.
Matt Fall. Brother's out here pacing, he said, which is awesome. Pacing gets overlooked in a race like this a ton. Because of like the distance and the loop, you don't necessarily always think you need a pacer. But just having like a buddy out there or someone out there that can kind of like help you through a tough time is super important. Can really help turn a race around. And this is an interesting race because it's like you probably see less people run with a pacer than you do.
I thought he was the 12-hour runner.
Oh,
not a
no.
normal runner.
This is
He's
our-
moving faster every loop.
Just
go,
just
Greg.
counting them, man. Just counting them.
Greg, I mean, you guys can see him on the
Holy
screen there.
moly.
He's got that energy. He's moving like
Just
he
slapping
just
his
started the
chest.
race.
Yeah, he is
but
in it.
He's got a long way to go. I mean, I think he's still got
does.
30-plus miles.
Yeah.
But, I mean, you love to see it, right?
I love that, man.
I'm
Yeah.
curious to see what his sleep strategy or plan is, if there is any. Maybe he might put his feet up for 10 minutes.
I don't know.
My
Tonight-
guess is his is to power through unless
Yeah.
he hits a calorie deficit or cramping or something that's unplanned. And so a little bit unrelated, but I am pretty sure I saw Lauren, the leader, go back out
Really?
with about 35 minutes left. I'm pretty sure I saw her with the pacer. So
Really?
yep. So that was a little bit more aggressive. Even when I was saying she had to do just under a sub 10 minute, I think it's probably going to be a little bit less. And we've got about coming up on 90 seconds.
Yeah,
if-
this
if
is
we're
it. So
gonna
people are
see-
hammering it in here to see if we can eke out another one.
I think he wants to geek out another one.
Yeah, he looks like he's going to go for it.
Dude, I give
No kidding.
so much credit to these people that are going to hammer this and then try to run like their fastest loop in a lot, like probably since
there
this
it goes.
morning.
Sprinting right
That's
through
awesome.
that finish. Look at
Oh,
that.
nope,
Sprint-
nope. He's stopping.
Oh, all right.
okay.
Cool.
Just want to finish strong.
Finishing
That's
strong.
all right. Finish strong. We got
And
some
the
gnarly
majority of people, I
clouds.
will say right now, the majority of people, even though they have it, most people are coming across the finish line. They know that was their last loop
Yep.
because they don't see the possibility of finishing another one in the time. So for most people, we're watching them actually finish their 12-hour race right now.
Yeah, which is great.
And 1 minute to go if we're going to see Chris come across.
Yeah, I mean, I think at this point he'll get it, and then I think he'll not be able to go out for another one. It looks like. Yeah, what'd you say, about a minute? Yeah.
That also means, though, because I don't believe we've seen Vin.
We
come
haven't
back.
yet, so Vin will be done at 71,
And
71 and a quarter.
So and nobody else is close enough. So even right now, I think we can already pretty positively say Chris has won either with 75,
Yeah.
or he's about to try to go out for the record, which he's got 25 seconds if he's going to make that happen.
To get in, yeah.
And then Vin is far enough ahead in second that even if he doesn't finish this loop, I don't think anybody can catch him.
Nope.
So Andrew Linder is right now in third.
And Lauren's up to
actually-
4.
Yeah. So Sean, yeah, I don't know what happened to Sean Russo. He might have stopped.
Hi, Jess. Sorry, I've been shouting all
No,
day.
you're good. You're good.
Good to see you. We're on live. Hi, Jess.
Oh, no, you're good. So then, yeah, Sean, I don't know if Sean Russo had. So Sean Russo, we don't have a time from after like 10 hours.
No.
Here comes Vin.
Yep.
So he's like just going to miss being able to go back out. Really solid day. Yeah, man. Really, really
Good job,
good day.
Vin.
Really good day. I don't know if he knows it or if they're going to have to stop him, but I think he's going
Oh,
to
he
miss
knows.
it by
I'm
like
sure he
less than
knows.
a minute.
Will they
Yeah.
let him go through before 6:31? Is the question.
Oh, I don't know.
We have
Or like, does it stop at 30?
we have 30
yeah.
seconds.
Let's see
Yeah.
what he
And I don't
does.
know that I've seen anybody over there yet stopping runners.
Not yet.
I think he's going to be done.
yeah,
he
he's
would have
done
had to
that.
go.
But yeah, he looks like he's.
That's tough.
But great. I mean, just an incredible race for him. He
Such
did
a good
lead
race.
lead for a majority of it, but I mean, gosh, so 67 and a half. I don't think it's updated, so it should be
He'll be 71.
71
He'll be
and a
at the
half
71,
miles
Yep.
in 12 hours. Just an incredible showing. And he's got a crowd kind of gathered around him right now.
That could be a PR for him in distance too. I think. I don't think he's ever run a 100-mile race. I think that's going to be a distance PR for him. We'd have to confirm that, but we're getting some gnarly clouds here, man. What do we think, fellas?
Yeah.
If you look behind us, so it's just skirting us. It's
Yeah.
we're either going to catch the edge of it.
Oh God, it looks like a 28 is going.
I'm wondering if we should
I mean,
put our
honestly,
tent
I don't know.
canopy down on this side. I don't know.
The biggest concern is the rain. I think looking at this lake right here, I think it's raining on it.
Mhm.
So we're
So
probably
let's-
a couple hundred
let's
yards
talk
from
about
the rain.
Let's talk about this female runner coming in right here. I think this might be Michelle Palmer. 402.
Here comes Ian.
402. So
Yep.
402. That's Michelle Palmer coming in right here.
Flying.
She's in third place. So I think she's actually gonna finish. It looks like as third place female would be my guess. So that's awesome. She just had a really, really good race. Local runner
And
from
finished
Collingswood.
strong, sprinting it out.
Yeah.
Wow.
Brian,
That's my wife and my daughter.
Hi, Daddy. She's so cute.
Hi, baby. Kier.
She should
Come
come
on
on.
out. We're about to have a new guest.
All right.
Okay.
Yeah.
Come on over.
Here
We're
comes
not-
Sean
we're
Russo.
good
Hold on,
with this.
I gotta be
Good
dad
job,
right
Sean.
now.
Welcome
Kier,
back.
careful with the weather. All right. I feel bad on the thing, but
Careful with the weather.
with the weather.
That's love, man.
Yeah, man. Gotta be
Sorry.
careful. Chang! Woo!
Goodbye,
Hey,
banana.
Dude.
we told everybody about you.
Distance PR? Is that the farthest you've ever run?
No, 57.
Okay.
Ah.
I thought it might have been, but I was saying that, but I'm glad you
Congratulations.
confirmed.
So
Awesome.
impressed by your attitude all day.
Yeah.
You're fun to watch.
Good job, man.
Tell the live chat I said hi and stuff.
Will
Say
do.
hello.
Yeah.
Yeah, come on. Christina Chang here.
Hey, live chat. Chat. Greetings. It's Banana Man. Please Venmo me money so I can buy more bananas. I'm gonna run before it starts like
Yes.
hurricaning.
Yeah.
Hi, cat.
All right.
Hi, Mom, if you're watching.
So
guys.
we
See
may
you,
have to
Chang.
make a
So
live
we
pause
may
here
have
for
to
a
jump
minute.
off
we?
here. We're
All
gonna
right,
we're gonna take a
We'll be
break.
right back.
It's about to tornado, and we'll catch y'all in a
right.
bit.
Just a minute.
Thank you guys for having me on. See you guys.
Yeah.
See you, Joel.
See ya.
I think we're here until he hits stop, and I don't know when that happens.
All right. We're on currently. I might bail.
That's
So
picked up my 16th lap.
what's that?
Like, it never picked up my 16th lap.
I'm
Yeah,
gonna
are
have
you
to-
are you Sean?
Yeah.
Yeah,
I
we
was
were
looking at
confused by
that.
too.
That's a timer question. So we don't do the timing. So that's gonna be that booth that's right over there. If there's still a booth there, that's who I would talk to. Yeah, man. Yeah, or Pete or Jen.
And I'd believe that he did it that lap.
I believe that too.
So is it showing him in 4th right now?
It
Yeah.
shows him in
5th.
5th overall.
Yeah, I think we could.
But I was looking at that too because it still has his total time at 10 hours and 5 minutes. So it's like he missed the lap.
Did y'all see all the bugs have come in?
Yeah.
So we'll see. I don't know how that's gonna like affect. I don't know overall. I guess it depends if Andrew Linder comes in right now.
Is this?
They said no to what?
Do you have it bent by any chance? No, it's not bent at all.
Are we still live?
I think so.
I think so.
Yeah, no, we still live.
Okay.
I'm going to direct you over to Jen.
Yeah.
So there might be an issue that she could fix for you.
we saw you come. You did.
I know. That's what.
Yeah, yeah. We were confused.
Yeah.
So,
Well, they'll get it fixed for you.
Well,
I-
yeah, and I think I don't know if they're stopping people, but
You can't
No,
keep
you
going.
you can't now. Yeah. So you'd be done now anyways. So
Yeah.
you probably can pause your watch then, because I think your race would technically be over. But
Yeah.
I would get that checked, that lap checked, because like I still have your.
because you saw me come through on the camera.
Yeah.
I don't know if the camera got you.
Okay.
But we've seen you everywhere.
ahead.
We're gonna throw to break. We just got some crazy weather coming in, and we'll swing back, and we have some
Chaos going on.
chaos
right now.
going on. So we'll swing back.
See you soon.
Thank you.
This is Ultra.
Yeah.